What's up, everybody? My name is Arshee, and today we're gonna watch some more New World content. I just updated the Discord server to represent what this company's gonna be all about. They're not. They're not chickens. Nick, it's good to see you, my buddy. Megacom, French Muscle, Chef, 420, Ratslinger, ArsheeTV, Ewag X. Love you all. Thanks for stopping by. You guys are beautiful. Let me make an announcement that we're currently live. All right. New World is official. Boom. Okay, everything's done. I announced to as many people as I possibly can. And the first thing I'm going to say. The first thing I'm going to say as somebody who's looking to make a company is where do we go from here? The game comes out on July 20th, 2021. Why is Arshee spending so much time from June 8th when the game's not even out yet and a month from now? And the answer is simple. Peculiar Stan, it's good to see you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Are you sure
I'm
about
pretty
that?
sure, John. Okay, I'm pretty sure about that. All I gotta say is the game's coming out very shortly. I'm trying to collect and en masse I'm trying to collect the tryhards of every single community I have been a part of. And what I'm gonna do is let them all know that we're aiming for the top. To give you guys an idea what this is all about, let me share you my Discord server real quick.
It's a trap.
No, it's not a trap. Chat, just bear with me real quick. There we go. Did I do this right? No, I did not. You suck, Arshee. You had one job. Where do we go from here? It seems like every time I load up, my three screens never work the same. Every time. Middle right, share screen. So we're gonna go ahead and change that scene. Stream alerts. This one. There we go. All right. Right here. And so if you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, if you guys want to get a chance to actually understand what we're saying here, New World Pinks, go ahead and click on this channel and you'll get a chance to opt in to the New World ping system down here. And I'll give you a chance to see all of these channels right here. And how to join is that simple. These are the rules that you must follow if you join a brand new company in this MMORPG. The faction is going to be the Marauders. Company name is going to be the Order. Leadership will be myself. I'll be organizing, collaborating with every single tryhard I can find on the servers, and making sure they understand these simple rules that we all must follow. Must have PvP on at all times when tagged as the New Order. must be PvP ready at all times if we are getting ganked at our EXP zones, or execute Order 66 has been established. We're going to make sure that people feel the pain if they decide to touch the order. We will have a contact method for all of you to reach at me at all times if you are in the order. Streamers must have this in their title. ArsheeTV, the order, level over 9,000. You can put your own title information after this piece of information right here. We'll also be, this will help with advertising your channel, all streamers in the guild, to advertise each other. Damaged Hoodie is coming in with a tier 1.
Damaged_hoodies is now supporting the family with a tier 1 sub. Hi daddy. Did you miss me?
I missed you, son. It's good. No, I'm not your daddy. Go wash your hands. Thank you so much for the support. Arigato gozaimashita. So yeah, this will help with basically advertising each of our members. And if you guys want to see a sample of what that looks like, I'm going to go ahead and put it in right now. I'll give you guys a sample right now what that looks like. Let's copy this piece right here. I wonder if this will be updated correctly. No, it doesn't. Hold on. Chat. Bear with me. Oh, crap. 1 second. What? Oh my god, I'm a gamer. Gifting the sub to the community.
Town 30 is now supporting the family with a tier 1 sub. ImaGamer_x88x gifted a tier 1 sub to Town 30.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. B-Town, it's good to see you, my dude. Let me go ahead and refund all of your channel points, guys. I was on the wrong tab. So if you guys were actually using channel points earlier, you will not be able to get that go through. So everybody who used channel points earlier will get their points back. Let me go ahead and reject all points that were used just up until the beginning of the stream. So let's go and do that right now. Reject all. You'll all be refunded all your points back. Awesome. And now you can enjoy. let me just focus for 2 seconds. No, we got that done. Let's go back to Discord channel emojis. Yes. There we go. It doesn't look as good on... It does look good on the Discord. It just doesn't look good on the title. Let me go and show you guys what's going on. I swear to God, you guys are there. They're not chicken.
And my day is ruined.
They're not. Mother. You kill your so good. Sorry for your day being ruined. Fred, can you?
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
Excuse me. This is a reminder for my posture check.
There we go. Posture. Posture. Like a cop.
It's a trap!
There we go. Let me know if you guys can see this new title that we just did. Alright, so there is the title. Sadly, it doesn't look as good. No, it's not that great. Listen, Damaged Hoodies, it's not that great. It'll get better. Let me just find a better emote that will stand out than this crossed swords. The crossed swords just doesn't stand out. It doesn't have like a... Tell somebody in chat they're breathtaking.
Excuse me. This is a reminder for my posture check.
I got this urge inside of me that I have to tell somebody in the chat. I don't know, I just feel this urge going in, and it's like if you ever play with Tajir, I didn't even say anything yet. Tajir's cat, I love you. Every time we play games together, you always come in, you greet everybody in the channel, you let everybody know that you're present, and you're looking forward to your favorite treat. Keep meowing, never stop. I love every minute of it. Big heart goes to you. Mwah. A core lion, it's good to see you, buddy. Hera Blacksmith, what is the stream now? I'm trying to start the stream or talk about New World, but I keep getting sidetracked. All right. So first step, what the hell am I talking about?
Are you sure about that?
John, I'm serious. I am sure. We're going to be talking about New World right now. And so here it is. It's simple. This is basically... it's really not that big of a deal. Guys, it just literally tells you that we're going Marauders. We're going Company is the New Order. Leadership is myself. I'll be organizing everything. Rules are simple. You must have PvP on at all times. If you can, get ready for gank squad mechanics means that we will have communication amongst all of ourselves. If somebody decides to take out our members, we will show up in arms at all times. We're basically try-harding. It's not a trap. Listen, it's not a trap. Don't listen to Damage Hoodies. He doesn't know how intense it's going to be. And also we'll be running... we're going to be aiming to turn this into an org in the future.
No, what are you waiting for? Do it!
I'm doing it!
Just do it!
Listen, I'm really trying to say it out loud. We're making this official. We're turning this organization into a company. We're gonna do it, Elijah! Let me just tell them real quick that the order is here. We're making it happen. We're gonna make this official. We're gonna be really serious about this. And if you guys are serious too, hop in the Discord and select in that op and ping system and join us when the game comes out on July 20th. We're gonna be ambitious. We're gonna be aiming for the world's first in any category that we can reach or make in time. Mainly a PvP guild that focuses on meritocracy. A meritocracy environment is like everybody with skill, imagination, effort may aspire to reach the highest level in this company. Let me go what's going on. The Toxic Alien! Red Shattered Claw! Cheers! Damage Hoodies.
Vodoffit is now supporting the family with a tier 1 sub. Damaged_hoodies gifted a tier 1 sub to Vodoffit.
Looks like Bodo Fett is officially part of the family. And not only Bodo Fett getting supported by Damage Hoodies, but Bodo Fett is also thinking about... I forgot what I was thinking. Hold on. What? You made me lose my train of thought. Oh, Bodo Fett is also thinking about playing New World, as well as starting the stream very shortly. A lot of our members who are going to be part of the New World experience is starting streaming at the same time. Every one of these members are applying themselves June 8th today to learn how to stream, so our entire org will have every person ready. Jesus, mother. Sorry, Damage. You scared the shit out of me. Costco Guac New World. What? Is it really that good? Go take care of Sensei Ren. He's all alone in Discord. What? Sensei's alone? You gotta bring Sensei over here. Dr. Ace, PhD, is also here as well. Looking forward to seeing you, buddy, as you are also stepping up into the streaming world, and you're gonna do a New World as well. It's gonna be epic to see these two players come in and showcase what it's all about. This is gonna be a fun environment. It's gonna be a lot of massacring. Proxy voice chat exists in this game, so every time we go out to battle, I'm literally gonna be like,
Oh yeah, get back over here, boy. Where do you think you're going? Get back over here.
and so I don't really know how they're gonna feel when they see somebody like me in the game. Salute you. You really need to adjust the tank volume. I know, KR. Dexus, I need to either raise everything up to match the tank volume or lower the damn tank volume. But that's exactly the sound effect volume from World of Tanks. It's freaking crazy. The tank sounds fine to me. Yeah, you could turn down the volume. I'm at max in my headset, or else I can't hear what you guys are hearing, so I don't destroy you guys. Live on stream. But yeah, let's go ahead and just watch some Vods together. It's good to see you. Let's see if I missed some chats. Wait, why is die not allowed? Here you go. I'm so sorry. I'm in. That's what I'm talking about. I'm a gamer. Looks like I'm a gamer's in. How many people in chat are going to play? Mr. Stranger Danger. It's good to see you, my dude. Did you get a haircut? I did not. Oh, yes, I did. I got a, probably a month ago. Jason Kane, hello from One Raf. How are you? How are Orax doing? That's awesome. From 2 Raf to 1 Raf. We used to have 2 giraffes. Now there's only 1. They're going extinct very soon. I'm just kidding. I'm here for the game. I'm just here to see you. Oh! Stop it. This guy. I need to ask, are you partially Cuban? No, I'm not. Not Cuban. Even though Cuban cigars are pretty nice. But...
All units planted.
No!
Orbital strike
Hey!
authorized in your AO.
I just started streaming! Listen! Alright, everybody, I'll be right back. It's just gonna be like short. It's just a very short break. I'll see. Really? That's son. Alright, we're back. Okay, so we're back, everybody. Sorry for that delay. Let's see here. All right, let's go ahead and watch for the first video. I didn't get a chance to finish this one. I spoke with Amazon Games about New World Part 2, about mounts, weapons, instruments, and future content. I always like to start off with a little hype about New World, the actual trailer. So let's do the New World trailer. Even though you probably all have watched it like freaking 45 times. But, hey, it looks cool. And it has cool music. Let's do it. Let's switch scenes and enjoy it together. Here we go.
It is an eternal island of legend.
I'd like
A
to be a
place
legend.
of unimaginable beauty. And a growing evil. Where the forces of death and life are in constant conflict.
Wanna live together.
For centuries, many have come in search of its power.
Really wanna live forever.
Only to fall to its corruption.
I'll show you nasty gameplay. So sick. Dodge! Oh! Okay, he looks pretty pissed. Bomb Diggy's in the house. It's Capri's here as well.
And now, you have come to this place, lured by the promise of power and immortality. The darkness will claim you.
She's beautiful. Don't tell her anything else. If you really want to live forever, don't say anything more than she's beautiful. That's it.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Yes, if you don't say anything more than that, you will just get Yeah.
All
In general.
units planet side.
What the f-
Tactical strike authorized in your
Listen, Fresh Muscle Chef, I just started the stream. Everybody, I'm so sorry. I love you all.
Jason Kane
I will see you later.
2020 cheered Dex 100. Hey Archie, some of your rewards are not working, or are out of stock.
Really? You son of a... oh, yes, you're right. I did not activate some of my rewards. Let's go and bring those rewards in. So which rewards are not on? Make Archie Dab is now on. Oh, you son of a...
I don't want to.
Live stream.
Yeah.
Not point at the camera. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Fantastic. There you go. I think everything else is on. That was the only one that was off because my back would hurt. Bomb Diggy, it's good to see you, buddy. Show us the rewards. It's Capri. Good to see you, girl. I am not winning. I'm just... What was I thinking? Just deploy the redemptions. Well, the text was the best jump scare. Yeah, it's not fair. I need to work on bang. It's too low. The weeb bang is like a little quiet. I need to raise it up. But yeah, Bomb Diggy. Good to have you here, man. Missed you. I don't know if this is going to be a game for you. This is called New World. I'm going to go pretty much full career change mode into this full time. And going to aim to be at the top. Yeah. Going to be aiming for that. Sabif, did your voice get more velvety or something? I don't know. Does it sound velvety to you guys in chat? I'm not sure even what velvety is. Something dropped. Do you even play World of Tanks? Yes. I do play World of Tanks. But not all the time. I play with Damien's Gaming 13 Disciple and Tati Me Goose. I didn't play alone yet. I do need to play once alone. But there's so much happening in my RL world, such as lower back pain, getting acupuncture, getting some food, and like all this epic stuff, hanging out with my mom, my dad, lots of stuff. Velvet is a flavor. I just didn't know velvet was a sound effect. I know this velvet velvet cake. Oh, so good. Sorry. It's a cloth. Ooh. How many battles do you have? 50. How many battles do I have? Oh, I got some battles. Here you go. I got a musket battle of New World content. I want to show you guys this real quick. Here we go. So, oh my god. Jason Kane, coming in. Gifting a sub over to Megacom. You're so sweet.
Megacomx is now supporting the family with a tier 1 sub. Jason Kane 2020 gifted a tier 1 sub to Megacomx.
Jason Kane.
They have given 78 gift subs in the channel.
Never got a chance to actually stand by and actually ask for Jason Kane. Jason Kane is also a Twitch streamer. You guys need to go check him out. That's his link right there below. Jason Kane, thank you so much for all the support, buddy. I appreciate it. You don't have to. Stop pushing the button. Just take your finger off your mouse and just enjoy the show. Or enjoy just chilling. Chilling. Ah! Kane 1 coming in. Neil to no one Swifty wants to tell the world. Scaring the shit out of me. Alright, we're gonna go started. This is New World Musket Full PvP. If you guys are an FPS shooter from Planetside 2 or anywhere I met you outside, like Call of Duty or wherever else, these are the classes for you. You got your mage, you got your bow class user, and your muskets. And that means this is gonna require you to have, aim skills. And if you don't have aim skills, well, there's other classes for you too. Here's an example of what this looks like.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, chat. My computer seems to have issues. Yeah, I gotta upgrade this PC, man. This is not cool. Seems like 2080 Ti's are just not in. You just have to upgrade the 3090s. So everybody who's opting into 2080 had to go to the top of the line. This blue screen is out of control. Microsoft does not like me. All right, let's go back in and enjoy the show. Let's make it happen. Live on stream. So you can see here right now, he's right-clicked, zoomed in. He's basically taking boss shots. Muzzle velocity is pretty fast. And you can see right there, basically a bolt sniper. Popping shots. And he's about to go GG. I mean, think about it. Every one of you guys that actually play this game, is this difficult for you? If you're an FPS player. And it's GG's knocked out. This class is the definition of long-distance combat, your sniper class. While the bow user does have long-distance combat, but it's more burst close quarters, PvP. This is New World. This is Amazon Studios' only IP coming out in 2021, July 20th. Oh! 2 versus all just got clapped. Not good. He's got to wash his hands. Look at that dirty son of a... Oh, that's so dirty. Okay, I want to tell you guys what's happening right now. If you crouch, your name does not show up. You're invisible. They're trying to punch each other to death. And he's going to take advantage of the shot here. Hopefully he can get a couple more shots in before they realize it. He's noticing that his HP is dropping lower. He almost got a headshot. Oh, come on! He's got no more stamina left and he's down! Oh! Fat takes it! I'm getting excited. 100% a KO. I'm getting excited. His sense is too high. Oh, 100%. He's going straight to... Tell somebody in chat they're breathtaking. Fantastic. I just got this urge. I don't really know what happened. Where do we go from here, chat? When you have wonderful people like the COO of ArsheeTV, EWOGX, who's been supporting us here for a year and a half, making sure ArsheeTV and everybody around us has a good time. I love you, brother. For the last 20 years that we've known each other, and many more to come. Big heart goes out to you. All right. This is getting cringier every single time you guys select that. You're breathtaking, Jason Kane. All right. Can I send you a cute pic? Damien is using that soundtrack, by the way. I don't have the guy right now. Dude, he could use that as much as he wants. Damien is the one that freaking overkilled it. Dude, this guy is just clapping cheeks from that far away all the time. You guys can get the idea right there. And look at that. His own teammate is trying to stand in front of it to take the hit. And this person's straw hat LOL is being such a... Just going around, just getting as many kills as he can. Look at that. Look at the crouch. Look at the crouch maneuver. Coming up and taking advantage of just poking twice in a row. He's trying to potion it off and he did not make it happen as GG. So imagine an entire 48-man team walking up and clapping. Every single person inside. One person's name. You've seen that happen, guys. You've seen that in Planetside 2, where you say all T2 strikers focus this target. Or all whatever nonsense. Every burster max shoot this direction. Or tanks shoot this specific target. 3, 2, 1, fire. 100%, Mr. Stranger Danger. He's just constantly just third-partying everyone. He's such a... And he's stealing their coins. Every time you kill somebody, you can jack their coins. Oh, now he's going to have a hard time. So this guy is designated to run away. His build is designated for long-range combat and kiting. That's all this guy's build is designed for. He's got the Q stance ability for a very power shot. He's got his trap ability. And he also has the healing staff wand that allows him to teleport 30 meters away. So he has no close quarters combat. Catch him off guard, close quarters. he's practically dead. But you can't outrun him. If you don't have the teleport skill, and if you get hit on his trap. Play like a champion. Runaway is not allowed. That's why kneel to no one will not.
_hoodies just gifted 2 subs to the family.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Damage Hoodies. Thank you so much for the help. Support. Gifting over to French Muscle Chef 420 and Guther 1004. Exactly, Megacom. That rifle looks absolutely overpowered. Listen, Herr Blacksmith. Whatever is overpowered, we take advantage of. That's how we work here in ArsheeTV. We will just abuse the living shit out of it until they have to patch it. And we'll make sure people know what it looks like to be with coordinated outfits, because a lot of these people are probably not as coordinated as we are. We're going to be sitting there constantly calling out targets. I'm going to be like, Squally, on 3, 2, 1, fire. And then, brrr, all right, Mr. Savage, 3, 2, 1, fire. Brrr, versus all of us just spraying and praying and never really taking out a target. If we all basically hit the same target, 5 of us, boom, 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 boom. I'm spitting all over my monitor right now, but you get the idea. I'm out of here. Thank you so much, Dabbers Hoodies. Have a great night. Until next time, on Dragon Ball Z. Now he's going to have to basically push himself out of the way. Look at that Q ability. He's not up right now. He's already used it. He's got 20 seconds before he has to use it. And he's ended the video. So that was an example of what it looks like to play a musket-based PvP. Long-distance clap user. Here is the other VOD that shows you a bit of PvP with the bow. New World. PvP. 5v1. With the bow. And here you are. This game is called New World. It's coming out on July 20th. Amazon's only IP. Do not look in the bottom left, whatever you do. He's not telling those 5 people anything. Yes, he's currently right now facing 5 versus 1 right now. It looks like it's going to be a Dark Crimson. Eugene Michael. Darker Crimson is right now pushing towards them.
It's a trap.
It's 100% trap right now. It's 1 versus 5 right now. This individual is going to be dealing with an entire squad of 5 on top of him. Just utilizing his stamina usage perfectly. You can get the idea here, what it looks like to play at a high level here. Taking advantage of cover, repositioning, making everybody use their skills, trying to poke as much as possible. Using brush to advantage. There's a poke. VGS is almost down. VGX. Not Nesties from our chat. Look at how this is going to turn out right here. That hat is OP. It's like, you shall now pass. He's wearing light armor, which means he will get his stamina out quicker, or he'll have longer charge. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to patch into yet. There's a stun. Here comes the burst. Evil Butterfly is out. This is exactly the difference between a musket user and a bow user. The bow users do have the ability to shoot long distance, but doesn't have the same muzzle velocity as a musket does, and the zoom factor. While the bow user has an incredible burst damage hit from close quarters. All 3 arrows hitting you at once can shut you down. Tatanka is right now trying to do as much pressure as possibly can as the heavy armor user. And there's Tatanka! Down to 10% HP. He's going to have to reposition himself so he does not get killed here. Trying to get some heals up. Tatanka's at 50%. You're seeing right here the user is level 26 against a level 30, against a 32, a 22, 24. Out-leveled and outmanned. 1 versus 4 is happening right here. Dark Crimson is going to try to apply all his skills. Here comes a stun. And then hopefully he can get a burst in, but Aragon 2 is actually stopping it. Here comes a burst! That Q spot ability in the very bottom left, 10 seconds. It allows him to get that burst back up again. He's waiting 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's going to do the burst in a second here. And here comes, he's going to try to basically push it on, but he's going to actually take it away. And here comes 3, 2, use your Q. There it is. GG. Unbelievable. This is not New World. Jaden Devin, you son of a AP lightning sexy. It's good to see you, Jaden. This is New World. Oh my god, Eugene Michael is currently down. This is going to be super painful for them. That's 1 versus 2 now. Originally it was 1 versus 5. What do you think at this moment where the person is 50% HP, you just got 3 of your members clapped?
Do you continue fighting for honor? Or do you run with your tail in between your legs? Just tell me, guys. Just tell me, if you had 5 people, where do you go from here? Aragon is gone. Tataka is solo right now. He's lost all of his teammates. Tataka's not gonna go to sleep tonight if he does not take out this archer. This is a high skill-based game. You can dodge, block, kiss your target. You can shoutcast your enemies. You can use your voice to say, oh, I just screwed up everything. 20% HP left on the archer. It looks like Tataka's gonna get that supreme victory here. Oh, he's blocked everything. Those people are watching. You can see the same faction. I'm gonna go ahead and pause right here. This person over here on the right-hand side, you're gonna see this player is not PvP'd right there. Do you see Supreme Maria? Or Sugar or Super Maria? Super Maria is not flagged for PvP. This is what I was trying to tell you. You can play this game unflagged PvP or flagged PvP. When you are flagged for PvP, you get an XP bonus to world, monsters, PvP, PvE, anything. But the reason why I'm leaving PvP on is because I love PvP. We are making a rule from the start of the game. You cannot undo your PvP button. We will have to live our lives trying to find a way to exit the town to work together while PvP is on. If there are some instances where you have to turn PvP off just to do a specific boss or whatever, we have to turn it off for that instance. But majority of our careers here in New World, PvP has to be on if you're in the New Order. The Order, I mean. Yes. Exactly. I PvP because people bully. I like to relax. Hey, Mr. Stranger Danger, no problem. You can enjoy this game as much as you want. Just let me know who bullies you, and I will come and them. I didn't say anything, but you get the idea. Just let me know who basically messes with you. Everybody in the ArsheeTV community, screenshot who's killed you. We will put them on the bounty board for the Order, and that will be our bounties set to their names, and we will kill them 10 times, or they have to apologize to killing you, and that's the way it's going to work. If you're part of our community and somebody kills you, take a screenshot. It will be on the bounty board. The Order has you covered. But we have a try-hard community who is thirsty for PvP, and our reasons for killing them is because you're a part of our community. And they're going to be like, well, I didn't touch the Order. I killed Mr. Stranger Danger. And I'm like, you touched our community. You're going to die now. GG. You either
Join us or die.
You get the idea. You touched me. Archie, check your DMs. I was bored. All right, let me check it out. 1 second. Let's go check out the DMs. So here's the rest of the fight. Ooh. Not bad. Not bad. The Tataka's going down. It's GG. And Super Mario, it was trying to heal outside of PvP. You cannot heal somebody who's opt into PvP, and you can't heal somebody who is opt out of PvP. So that is a severe detriment for those players. And here is a little sample of that. Thank you so much to ArsheeTV coming in, making this epic logo, The Order. One of many to come. I like this one more. A little bit of a gold touch. Reminds me of my cell phone, the little gold trim on it. You can just see that. Very nice, like the doodoo tala. Come on, like doodoo tala. Doodoo. No? Okay, too much. All right, we're gonna have to change the subject here. Yeah. Alpha hasn't been available for me since last year. Yes, 100%. Jaden, are you gonna play this game? It's pretty basic, but it should work for Discord pages. That's unfortunate. Dark Leviathan. Alpha for New World is constantly running since last year at Jaden Demon, 100%. I wanted to. What do you mean you wanted to? It's coming out on July 20th. New World is coming. And it's officially going to be launched on August 31st. I have some other thoughts I'm going to look at too. Awesome. Tajir, send it my way. We're going to be looking at the Order
as something where it will go from a company, from a video game, into something very similar to Team Liquid, similar to FaZe Clan, and we're going to aim beyond that. And so I'm looking forward to seeing if we can get that level. Knock on wood, if we can be successful in this game, tryharding it. I'm pretty hardcore when it comes to video games, especially MMOs. And so I'm excited to invest my time into this game, as this is a game that I think I can have a lot of fun in, especially the high skill curve that's required. Are you a rat? I think Rat Slinger is a rat. I mean, slings rats. Maybe he slings rats, not a rat. He doesn't sling his own brethren. It just says unavailable. I wanted to continue playing the alpha, but it's closed for me. Yes, Jaden, I can't play the alpha. Nobody can play the alpha. Only select individuals like from IGN, top streamers like Asmongold, people that put reviews on YouTube, things of that sort. Here's an example of what it would be if you decided to do New World in a instance. And of course, this is the alpha, guys. This is not the official, but it's an instance dungeon. Not the best reviewer
I've been
on
covered
instance dungeon, but he does a really good job of. I think he does a very good job of saying, New World, great dungeon. Please make your boss mechanics or boss monsters look different than all the other monsters. You know, it's the same move every single time. But again, this was back in May 11th, 2021. I'm assuming it's going to get better than this. When we played, we didn't have any 5-man dungeons. That was at the very end content we didn't get a chance to get to because they only released it for like 3 days for us to try. But here is this video here for you to check out.
New World pretty closely over the course of this past year, simply because it's probably one of the upcoming.
The video is basically done by Forced Gaming. New World first dungeon gameplay walkthrough.
Coming MMOs that I am most interested in playing. And in my coverage, we've talked a lot about the changes that the game has seen since the preview event that happened last August. Things like various updates to the combat, a few new endgame zones, additional enemy types, several brand new weapons, and a bunch more. Now, hearing about all of this new stuff is one thing, actually getting to see it in action is another. And today we're going to do just that. We'll be taking a look at an expedition, those new recently added 5-player instance dungeons that have come to the game. Last week, I got to go hands-on and do a full run of the very first dungeon in the game, and that's what I'm going to be sharing with you here today. So first, let's talk about the basics of the dungeon. This is called Amrine Excavation, and it was actually the very first dungeon that they teased when they revealed the expedition system. If you remember some of those few bits of early gameplay footage that we saw. The dungeon has a level 25 requirement.
So I've seen this video before, but to give you an idea, they gave them pretty hardcore gear. He does complain about the gear that they gave him was a little too high for them. They grouped up as a 5-man team and went inside the dungeon, started clapping monsters together, but they were just face rolling everything. And the reason why they made it easier for everybody who was a part of this entire event was because the players who were going to come in here from IGN or any of the staff members who were going to make videos for this wasn't really at the same skill level as this person in this VOD. Going through shows you
but
all
you
the
had your
different
hand
mechanics.
pretty much held through the entire thing when it comes to this quote-unquote puzzle. Not a huge deal, though.
So everything was super straightforward, easy. It didn't require an incredible amount of thought logic or anything like that. But this was the first dungeon. It means when I say first dungeon, it's like the lowest level dungeon you can enter at level 15 or 20. And they had level 20 gear. 15 was a requirement, or vice versa. 20 was entry. And they had level 30 gear and level 30 characters. So they were buffed out pretty hardcore. If you guys want to see this video on your own time, here's that VOD, and you can check it out. I'm going to go and check out the other VOD that I'm looking forward to watching. So I started the stream so I can actually watch it with you guys if you want to, is to learn more about mounts, weapons, instruments, and future content. This is on May 31st, 2021 by Sir Medieval.
Hello and welcome back to the Shores of Eternum. Today is going to be a very important day. because not only are we discussing the rest of the topics touched on in the conversation with Amazon Games, but this is also going to be a massive look behind the curtains of where their mind is at and where the game could potentially go in the future. Because of that, I do have to put some massive disclaimers on this. It's very crucial to note that a lot of this stuff is still on the drawing board. They were throwing really great questions and ideas at me, and I was providing feedback and throwing some back at them. So that means there's no definitive guarantee on if some of the stuff will happen, let alone exactly when it'll happen. But either way, I'm super excited to bring you this information today. So we've got ourselves about 7 total topics to go over, some major and a few minor ones, and some extra feedback that I wanted to relay, as well as some from the community that you guys gave to me. So let's go ahead and start with the first one that I know everyone is super curious about. It's been a hot topic in the community almost since the very beginning of Alpha 2, the mount system. Now this is one of the first things we talked about, and this is one of the parts where the disclaimer really comes in. What I'm about to tell you might seem like a definite confirmation, but what they're thinking, and if they took the feedback into consideration, might mean that we won't see this kind of thing for a while. So Amazon Games is fully aware of the conversations that have been going on about mounts. We've seen article interviews where they mentioned it previously, stating specifically that it's something they've considered, but they probably wouldn't pursue until the map got bigger. Well, the first question they gave me was this. Should they focus on designing an intricate system for mounts, where it becomes like an extension of your character, or should they try to rush to get mounts out as soon as possible to alleviate some of the travel concerns? So the first thing I thought about is, normally when people have an issue with the travel system, most of the time it's because they're lower leveled. Some people don't know that once you get past a certain threshold, you're basically drowning in Azoth when it comes to fast travel, especially if you don't do.
So Azoth is an actual material or a currency that is not gold, but it's done through killing monsters, and it lets you have the ability to fast travel. And so when he says drowning in Azoth, you'll have plenty of that material to go from the main base that you spawned in to a settlement that is very far into the content. So having a mount is not worth it, as the map is too small to introduce mounts to it. I think he's right. I think I wouldn't mind us getting used to running around on feet for a while versus seeing 40 mounts rush you and kill you at all times. I think that will be in the next chapter of the game.
Do crafting. And not
What's up,
only
Halo
are we
Conspiracy?
able
It's good to
travel
see you,
from
buddy.
settlement to settlement via this method, but also the new fast travel points of interest that were added recently did come up during the conversation, and those are starting to help even further when it comes to the travel situation. On top of that, you are able to set an innkeeper at any of the towns or the outposts, and you can teleport back there at any time at the cost of a cooldown. Plus, you're able to have up to 3 house locations, each with their own teleport, and now that they've changed the housing cost, no longer would you have to save up over like 150,000 gold to get your 3rd house. Now on the other side of that, like I said before, after gaining all these hours in the game, there were some points where I did kind of feel burnt out on running around all the time. So I can understand when people start to wish for a faster way to get around or even explore. But still, I really like the idea of having an impactful mount system. Like if we have these horses, maybe they have their own progression system, we can stable them in and out of the towns and the sanctuaries, maybe hitch them to our campfires. When we get off them, they stay in the world and can potentially be attacked by enemy players or mobs. And we're also able to craft things like they mentioned, like maybe horseshoes, muzzles, bardings, all kinds of stuff. And on top of that, have a manual taming process, maybe even breeding. I do feel like people would enjoy that kind of thing, as well as not mind it as much from the folks that don't want to see them in anytime soon. There of course should also be some balancing around the mounts if they were to arrive, such as being disabled during faction PvP missions so that players can't just run away from combat kind of thing. And if they do take their time with it, then by the time we get them, the world should probably be big enough to warrant them, so that way everybody's happy in the end. So that's exactly what I told them. I said that them taking their time definitely sounds like a better way to go, and one of their questions was, do I think players would be patient enough to wait for them if they did take their time?
Yes.
This entire topic basically does what I told them, but I said that yeah, I do believe that people would be patient. It might get tough at times for some players, but I think as long as they know that they're being worked on or considered, then I think players would be willing to wait for a more detailed mount system. So knowing this new information, would you guys rather wait for a detailed mount system, or do you need them as soon as possible? I'd love to pass the question off to you. Second topic, the gameplay systems and future zones. So as we know, Amazon Games is always brainstorming on not just the combat aspects for New World, but also future content such as gameplay systems they could introduce and new zones. Because of that, the very next thing that came up in conversation was this. They wanted to know, should they continue to mainly focus on adding in more new zones, or should they focus on adding gameplay systems and polish, plus more life to the zones we already have? Now, I did mention in the previous video, we will be seeing influences from historical places and civilizations. We've already seen a lot of influences of Greek, we've seen some Roman, but we're starting to see even more of that now, and in the future we'll probably see different ones like Egyptian, maybe Mongolian or Persian. Who knows where things could go? But what I said specifically is that I would love to see them focus on more gameplay aspects and adding more life to the current zones. One of the examples I used was games like Rift or even Guild Wars 2. One of the things I really loved about these types of games is the dynamic content in the open world.
Jesus,
The world is doing pretty good on implementing the instance content like expeditions, even some new arenas that we spotted. Hell, even the PvP is getting some love on the dueling, outpost rush, and open world points of interest side. But the open world is still something that I think needs some work. And also leveling method wise, I feel like we still need more options to enhance the mid to late game experience. So I absolutely suggested things like merchant caravan escorts, incursions in the open world maybe that can cause enemies to attack our settlements, dynamic event chains that end up spawning bosses and bigger objectives as we complete them, maybe even open world fights between NPC humans and one of the enemy groups like the corrupted or the ancients, and then us as players can jump into that. I feel like dynamic events can be a really big part of the recipe to success when it comes to these MMOs. But not just these types of things. Speaking of NPCs, I think that not only do we need them participating in the game world through fighting, but I also talked about how it would be nice to fill these settlements with non-player characters that are just interacting with the game's world. Not like quest givers or innkeepers, interacting with the settlement or even just walking around. Maybe they can talk to the player, offer some advice or hidden lore pieces, maybe even offer a secret quest line if you talk to the right one. Things like that I think would elevate the game to have a living, breathing world. The analogy I used is that if you take all the players out of your game, that I believe it should be a case where the entire world still feels like a self-breathing ecosystem.
Yeah.
Later on in the convo, they asked me as a player, what would be one of the things I would change about New World? And I mentioned pretty much the only piece of content that hasn't been touched that much since it was introduced, the invasions. See, when this feature was first implemented, I gave feedback on this, but I was initially hoping for an experience similar to an example I gave. One of my favorite RPGs of all time is Dragon Age Origins. During this game, there's a sequence in there known as the Battle of Ostagar. This is what I wanted the invasion of New World to be. Instead of it being something that's done in a closed area, maybe we have to barricade our settlements, build defenses, and prepare consumables and all kinds of things, and have this all play out in an open field or in the towns themselves. And I wanted it to include more people. I think at least 75 to 100 would be great. So overall as a player, if I had to change anything, I would make the invasions more open-ended, or tied to dynamic events. For example, before they officially announced the corrupted breaches and invasions, in an article interview they stated that their final goal for this system is to have it where, if we don't take out the corrupted breaches, then it can make the invasion of the fort significantly harder. I think that would be a great alternative at the very least, and they could add incursions that take place in the middle of these zones, and use those as the open world parts of the invasion instead.
These scars long have yearned for your tender caress.
Number 3 is going to be a big one for me personally, and is one that I think gets overlooked a lot in games of this genre, the social aspects of MMORPGs. Now this is the second one that kind of serves as a big teaser to where their mind is at and what could potentially come in the future. So this is another one where the disclaimer will come into play. We're not sure if and when we might get these features, but this is what they said. They wanted to know if I think social features such as multi-company alliances, musical instruments, tavern stuff, tournaments, and things like that are crucial to have in these games as opposed to just features on the killing side. Now, as we've gone through the years, the majority of what these MMOs consist of and the player priorities have dynamically changed. It's grown into more of a I need to rush to endgame and play competitively mentality.
That's very true. I'm sorry. That's literally what the company I'm trying to create is. Rush the end game and steal the meta and be world's first and be representing as a top figurehead. But it's hard not to have that mentality. Why? Because it's a tough situation to be in. If you want to enjoy the pace of what New World offers. Oh God, Doug, come on! I'm in the boat. All right.
Live stream.
Yeah.
Not point at the camera.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers to you, Doug. Yeah. Overall, it's very tough to turn off your mindset from somebody who's very highly competitive or wants to try hard to not rush the game. So if we're going to rush the game, make it to where the people that rush to the very end have the ability to still enjoy taverns and things of that culture without having to constantly grind their butts off. We'll see.
And I think a lot of people never really had the opportunity to experience a big part of what the golden age of these MMOs was really made of. But I thought back to games like Mabinogi, RuneScape in the early 2000s, Pirates of the Caribbean Online especially for myself, and so many others, alongside games I didn't get to experience in their primes like EverQuest, Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage, and Star Wars Galaxies.
I did Lineage and Star Wars
Galaxies. So I said hell yes
Galaxies.
to the social features being very important in these types of games. Now, I keep an eye on the New World community. I'm always looking at what people are saying, how people are feeling, what people hope to see, and I've noticed along the way, this game has already started to build up a little bit of a role-playing community.
So, I don't know if it has a sandbox feature similar to Minecraft where you can craft anything you want or build settlements or whatever. It does have the ability to have an instance housing system where you can actually design your own home and people can come visit it, but it doesn't have that sandbox ability that you're talking about. But can you go out and chop trees in that wilderness and shut down like tons of and just, you know, go through resources outside in the world? Yeah, you can go mine, all that stuff. But I don't think it has a Minecraft element or like PlanetSide 2 where you can craft buildings anywhere you want.
I know there are people interested in lore as well, like myself, but we've also got other clusters of people that I think could be further catered to. Ones that are looking for more interaction-based features as opposed to just player versus environment or player versus player. One of the first things I talked about was some ideas related to the taverns. Other than setting our innkeepers, there's not really any reason to go to these right now. But what if we could do things like play Texas Hold'em poker, play some blackjack, maybe even a card game similar to Pazak from Knights of the Old Republic, Gwent from The Witcher, some arm wrestling competitions, drinking games, especially musical instruments, but we'll talk about that in a second. I absolutely think things like this can be really good.
100%.
I used to play blackjack and Pirates Online for hours in cities like Tortuga. We already have the dice roll emote in New World, and we can get mini games for that too. But also, if they did implement mini games in the tavern, we gotta be able to bet our gold and gamble to add even more flavor to it. And speaking of which, I did ask about tavern games directly, and they did say that they do have plans, so we might actually see that in the future. Tournaments, of course, that would be awesome. I don't know if they meant jousting tournaments or things like 1v1s, 3v3s, and 5v5s, but we already know that most people interested in PvP would want those arenas anyway.
Yeah.
Multi-company alliances, that could be pretty cool, I would say. I even saw some suggestions recently of people wanting potential ways to trade large amounts of resources or money between companies, or maybe even company storage and company housing. Actually, way back when they were first showcasing the item and gear system, I thought that this screenshot in particular...
Let me go ahead and hide myself so you guys can see this. So right there is the item gear system. This is the common gear, and this is the Iron Straight Sword Epic gear. Yeah, I know it doesn't have effects on them other than the same animation, but they weren't aiming to showcase the look of the Iron Sword Epic or beginning. They're more looking into what should be the gear status and damage increase, gear score, stat bonuses, how much of a difference should it make? And so you'll see here, left click hold does a thrust, left click single does a slash. That thrust actually has the ability to stagger an opponent. Very, very cool. While over here, when it's an epic weapon, you have the ability to not only do 15 points of damage, including 153 damage thrust, you have 121 plus 12 damage lightning damage over here with a 10% damage increase in electrified. Yeah, I don't see a huge difference in the epic versus the common, and I don't think gear is going to be as severe as learning how to use your character and understanding what skills everyone's using.
particular was them showcasing the company housing. But now I realize that it just looks like one of the taverns, but I love the idea of that. That could be an even bigger incentive for companies to try to own those territories. And if I recall, Outpost Rush already has a mechanic where we can use a team-wide storage in the outpost to trade resources between the players. So I think a mechanic like that could be duplicated for this situation as well. And two other things I didn't mention, I forgot that in the past, Outpost Rush already...
Outpost Rush, how to participate. Each team will have their own fort opposite of the map. Between two forts, you'll find three outposts, Luna, Sol, and Astra. Each post can be captured by standing inside of the capture point. So you gain points for holding outposts and killing enemy players. Outposts grant 1 point for every 3 seconds. And PvP kills are worth 1 point. The first team to reach 1,000 points wins. Interessante. 1 point every 3 seconds. That means you automatically get a free kill every 3 seconds for holding down the outpost. So sometimes I believe the outpost takeovers are more powerful than PvP kills. Well, this reminds me of Outfit Wars. Think about it. Every 3 seconds you get a point. Every kill you get a point. I think they would have solved it with that. Very simple gesture right there. Oh, let's go and keep going.
already has a mechanic where we can use a team-wide storage in the outpost to trade resources.
LaCroix, you're very right about that. Those gem slots and perks are going to be huge. But I still think skill will outdo any guy with weapon, with gear. I mean, yeah, he might be able to get 2 hits on him, and his single hit might be able to do the same damage on you. But from what I played, it was like, I felt like it was all skill. I could kill a level 60 at level 20. That was pretty bad. It was so good, though. I dodged so many times. It was so epic. But getting that kill like made me scream. It was sick.
Between the players. So I think a mechanic like that could be duplicated for this situation as well. And 2 other things I didn't mention, I forgot that in the past, I've thought about and also seen suggestions of ideas related to personal farms. I was thinking that if we can't do them in the backyard of our settlement houses, maybe they could add open world house spots in the newer zones with bigger backyards specifically built for farming, or potentially even fishing and other professions. Now, when this conversation got to the musical instruments portion, I was immediately taken back to that old school MMORPG experience, which is something that upcoming games like Pantheon are trying to recreate. Now, I absolutely love the idea of us getting musical instruments from a social standpoint. As I said, I played games like Mabinogi, which allowed you to not only play musical instruments, but you could draft up custom songs and trade them with other players. There was even websites where you could copy and paste the formula, so you can make your character automatically start playing the proper notes to replicate the tune.
That's awesome.
I believe Lord of the Rings Online had a similar system as well.
This is hilarious.
I love the idea of this. I do support the idea, and
I agree.
it would be awesome if we could get multiple instruments and play them with a group to form an entire band sequence with it. But also, we know that currently, life staff is on its own when it comes to the focus stat. And it just so happens that bards were a lot of times very crucial to have in these old school MMOs. A class or a weapon that's capable of buffing and supporting your teammates and debuffing or crowd controlling the enemy. The moment this idea came up in conversation, I knew I would have to suggest it expanding to the combat side too. The only question is, what would be the proper instrument to have for this type of playstyle? They've already added a decent chunk of weapons since the preview, but they said themselves during the conversation that they're not sure if they'll be able to always keep battling the enemy.
I'm gonna go ahead and basically hold this right here.
That they're not sure. The question is, what would be the proper instrument to have for this type of play style? They've already added
I just sneezed. I didn't do anything. All right, so you got straight sword, rapier, and hatchet. That's your one-handed weapons. And then your two-handed weapons are going to be a lot slower as your spear, great axe, and warhammer. These weapons can be found in the real world. What that means is that's your skills. You don't opt into a class. You don't just go ahead and select, I want to be a mage. You can be anything and everything. Every single character can be leveled up. And so you'll see here, life staff,
fire staff, ice gauntlet on the actual zone right here where I'm hidden. And they come with 3 skills. They have more than 3 skills in their skill tree, but you can only have 3 skills selected. And so, very, very cool.
A decent chunk of weapons since the preview, but they said themselves during the conversation.
Whatever weapon you pick is your class. And you think people will hate that too? No. When I say weapon, it means you can be everything. If you select putting a musket on, you can now use those musket skill sets with it. If you put on a sword shield, now you can use the sword shield skills with it. You have to level up that sword shield to level up your skills. That means everybody can be any class, but you only can select 2 out of all the classes in conjunction in the middle of a fight. So in the middle of a fight while you're fighting, you can't be switching skill sets. You're stuck with those 2 that you've selected. Extra skills with the weapons, exactly.
That they're not sure if they'll be able to always keep up this pace. And I wouldn't really expect them to be interested in designing weapon trees for each and every instrument we could possibly have. But I think the 2 that would probably make the most sense in this regard would be like a lute instrument or a flute. We touched on this even more in the weapon topic, but because they're thinking about this on the social side, I absolutely wanted to make sure I suggested the combat side as well. And the last social thing we talked about that I did bring up, okay, please don't laugh, but I may have suggested a friendship and a marriage system. Now, like I said, I have played games like Mabinogi and even MapleStory that are very social based, so I know full and well that there are people that would absolutely love to have a system like this, especially now when couples playing games is a very common thing you see. We could purchase wedding bands to get the process started, and then in-game we can buy tuxedo outfits and wedding dresses, potentially buy wedding packages in the cash shop for decorations and different aspects of the ceremony. It could even tie the system to in-game mechanics such as titles and housing furniture. I mean, it might sound cheesy, but sometimes it's the little things that can elevate a game on the social side and make a lot of people happy in the process.
I agree.
For number 4, we quickly touched on the importance of having gear sets and cosmetics obtainable in-game that are just as good, if not more so than the ones we can obtain in the cash shop. Now, in the previous video, I briefly showed me these
You son of a How you doing, my dude? Make sure you guys go give him a follow, guys. Sebi Webs is a monster content creator. High energy. Will yell at you. He'd be like, Sebi! I could be doing the shoutcasted version, but he's like, ah! The whole time. I will yell at you. How you doing, my dude? Currently watching some sneak peek videos about the new Amazon game, New World, that I'm going to go full-time into. We're going to be making a company, aka guild. And that way you have an understanding on what the hell we're going to be doing. It'll be really, really sick. All that, then you break up IRL. I'll yell at my viewers and they'll love it. Nice, good man. That's what I'm talking about. You constantly look at your viewers and be like, hey, Dr. G, you son of a Big part is he doesn't bleep himself. Changing it from Planetside. I will still be doing Planetside 2 as a showcase. If they have large events or if the developers reach out to me, I will be there for them. But if I don't get anybody contacting me, full-timing New World. I'll be playing some War of the Tanks with community members, content creators. I'll do some podcasts every Sunday for AAA Family, introducing new content creators. But New World will be the game. I just push the stream button. No plans. No just get in and play all day. Make sure I eat and stay healthy, but you get the idea. Are you going to go full-time for a year and then get bored like you did in Planetside? Jaden, I played Planetside for 3 years in an outfit. The only reason why I had to stop playing is because real life stuff happened, which was my university. I had to get my grades up. It was bad. Planetside was taking me away. But I am going to go full time into New World to the point where if the game doesn't succeed and everybody decides to drop off because the game is not good, then I can't do anything about it. But the game is really good. I'm practically making an organization here. I'm going to be aiming for tournaments at TwitchCon, Twitch Rivals. I'm going to be going to Twitch Germany. Anywhere that Twitch is hosting, Amazon Game Company is part of Twitch. And so they're going to have tournaments over there. So it'll be really sick. Real life sucks. Worst gamer ever! Time to mine a new game. Exactly. Well, Sebi, this is a brand new game. And it's got proxy voice chat. You literally can go out to be like, you son of a
Where do you think you're going? I'm gonna stick my
up. Like you can role play your character and just be right on top of them and make it really fun and be like,
get your ass over here right now, this instant.
Yeah, you get the idea. It can be pretty intense very quickly. Knowing Sebi in proxy voice chat as you're fighting somebody, I can pretty much see myself alt F4ing as fast as I can. My mom would be wondering, like, who is that? I'm like, it was nobody, Mom. I'm sorry. It was somebody who was very angry. But yeah, frightened strangers, exactly. You're like, your ma is beautiful. I'm just kidding. Yeah, real life has great graphics and it's fully PvP, has no respawn. It takes forever to level your stats. Don't listen to Seven. Proxy voice chat was good. Frightening strangers. I accidentally alt F4'd my stream. Papa Geiger, it's good to see you. Dude, Sevi, that sucks. It's the worst feeling of all time. I did the same thing as well. Sevi deafening strangers. I can see that happening 100%. I do that. I do it as a joke in RE2. Resident Evil 2. And I forgot I clicked at this Streamlabs. I just started crying before you lose the duel to Confuser. That's so true, Sevi. I mean, Lacroix. I will. It'll be really good. So yeah, they were talking about the in-game future content. This game's going to be a lot of fun.
Concepts that they included in their public statement. On top.
So we know that New World's coming out. A lot of people are having controversy around the game about in-game items, the merchant, the transaction, microtransactions, pay to win elements, pay for convenience elements that is very similar to pay to win elements. That's the in-game gear you see there, and the in-store purchasable item that you cannot get in-game. Very similar to the in-game gear. Very much aware that the in-game gear looks better right now, but over time you can tell that in-store items are going to look better.
Top of that, they did show me other ones that were in a very early state, alongside telling me that they have a
I hope
lot
you can
of
grow with
plans
this game.
for the future of in-game
I like the
gear
early
sets and
adopter strategy. It's like playing a stock market with Steam games. Yes. The difference between this one, Sebi, is I'm pretty sure New World will not go down at a high. I'm pretty confident. Last IP. All the other IPs were canceled by Amazon. They're listening to feedback. They don't want to basically introduce a game that has microtransactions that people will not be opt into. This is everyone's hope that this will be the WoW killer. And so if this turns into that, you can see clearly how quickly all the top streamers will be here. And you can interact with them like you're playing NoPixel. Imagine you're playing NoPixel with your top favorite streamers. And you get proxy voice chat with them. Of course, majority of them are going to turn it off because they're going to get harassed like crazy. But you get the gist. It's going to be really fun. It's like playing, it's like getting one of those crypto coins for cents and then multiplies by 1000x value. Exactly. And I just think it's overall, if we as a community, as a company, decide to have the same name on our titles all across the board to let them know we're PvP ready, we will basically clap you live on stream. They're going to be watching our content, trying to find us, stream snipe us, and we'll just keep killing them over and over again. Because this is all based on skill. You can try ganking as much as you want, but you still have to hit the damn guy. It's like playing Dark Souls in an MMO.
New World. Over the next couple of months, they want to see a lot more of those get added into the game. And one of the ones that I love the most... That
by the way, Sebi, because Amazon Game Studios owns this game, it owns Planetside, owns Twitch, they are giving Twitch streamers some Twitch content to work with. They're giving Twitch streamers a in-game badge advertisement to your Twitch channel, as well as if you say something to a Twitch streamer in proxy voice chat that is considered TOS, your in-game character who you said XYZ in proxy voice chat to the streamer can get banned. Isn't that crazy? That's awesome. They're actually supporting you at that level. Any beta before is a release. The beta will be in July 20th. It's called the alpha, I guess, whatever. And then by August 31st, you will get a chance to see the full release of the game.
Yep. I'll gank you with banshees, you sick Papa Geiger. Go wash your hands. And I look forward to seeing you playing in New World. Did you actually go get a chance to select the op and ping system in our Discord, Papa Geiger, to go check out New World? Are you gonna play? I'm curious. And Sebi, are you gonna play New World? Is this a game for you?
Confirmed to me is in-game obtainable only is the one that I think is called Ebon Rock Armor. This was a very bulky and deadly looking devilish armor with the red and black color scheme that looks so badass. And that's the kind of thing.
So Ebon Armor is a mini boss, and you kill it and you get this armor. It's a cosmetic armor. Couldn't show it to you because of NDA, but he's talking about Ebon Rock Armor.
We want to see, because so often do these MMOs lock the best looking gear sets behind a paywall. Even though cosmetics are normally considered a less impactful way to monetize the game, having really good looking gear sets tied to things like in-game raids or dungeons, PvP in battlegrounds or arenas, special achievements and professions even, I think that's a very crucial thing to do. They said that they're working like crazy on a lot of them, like dozens if not hundreds. For number 5, we talked quite a bit about the future and the current state of the lore. One of the first things that I had a question on is about the Siren Queen, Isabella, and the Empress so far. 2 of them now have parts in expeditions, specifically the Dynasty Shipyard, and the Siren Queen we now know is a part of her own arena. But I wanted to know, would these characters have a bigger role in the future of the story, or just in general besides these specific pieces of content? And they did assure me that some of them already do or they will, and that the lore and story building in general is something that they're trying to get better at. And they did ask about my thoughts on the lore so far, and me personally, I do really like it. I like the hints towards older civilizations like the Greeks, for instance, and they did do a good job on adding a lot of mystery on the game's story. But I did say that some things that would enhance it past the expeditions would be things like cinematics, flashback scenes for characters like Hazel in specific, or the Ancients. Things like that for another way to deliver the storytelling so that everybody won't have to worry about hunting down all the pages. Now, number 6 needs no introduction because it's always been one of the biggest parts of New World, and one of the reasons why I'm so glad we don't have a class system, because it seems like we can go really crazy with the variety we can get access to. Now, we do know that there's definitely improvements needed for some of the current weapons, as well as the system in general, like on the stagger side, which we did briefly talk about, but the majority of the topic had to do with future weapons. It started off by them briefly asking me what my favorite or most desired weapon would be, but even they knew that my very top pick would be for Greatsword. That's a weapon we've been preaching about for so long, and I'm still holding out a lot of hope for. They did unfortunately confirm that the Greatsword would probably not be one of the next weapons, but during the course of the conversation I apparently did mention one of the next 2 weapons that might be. Because I talked about a few potential ones that would be really good in the future, like musical instruments for a bard, but also that I do know that we're still waiting on some, like the pistol weapon we've already seen, potentially the one-handed mace, but I actually forgot to mention that one during the convo. But I did talk about how when they first introduced Corrupted Breaches, there was a screenshot with the weapon that looked a lot like a halberd, and also that I've seen suggestions I've really liked in the past, like having strength-based range weapons. I'm talking about like a crossbow, since it might take a degree of strength to crank that back anyway, and like a blunderbuss, which would—
One of the things that confusing me is that this... Oh. I thought the audio was low too. There's more to the audio bar than that. Oh, God. I was like, why is the audio louder? It's so stupid. It's because I'm sorry. KR, let's keep going.
Would probably fit with the theme of this game. So between pistol, crossbow, and blunderbuss or halberd, one of those might just be the one in the next lineup. And just a few more ideas that I pulled from all your suggestions and memory, I want to add a few more onto that. So I've seen ones like magic wands, morning stars, or flails, like maybe a paladin type build that could go off a focus kind of thing. Of course, we know some people would really like dual daggers like for an assassin, and I remember when we first started talking about potential combat pets that we brought up the idea of a nature staff or druids. And I also saw some suggestions about necromancy, which that could be a really cool thing to see in New World too. And then the very last topic we talked about was related to the expansions, naval system, and the idea of a 4th faction. This will be the shortest one because there wasn't a lot of new detail, but basically for the expansion portion, I was very curious if they were planning to introduce a level cap increase like other MMOs tend to do when they release these. And they said that right now they're not really sure. They haven't really worried about an expansion too much right now. Their main concern seemed to be adding as much content and polish to the version we get after release, which is a really good thing to see. And for the naval system, the answer was pretty much the same. The reason I asked about it is because we have had media articles in the past on this specific topic, but none that ever really got a concrete answer. And they told me that they want to see where the game sits for a while, what they need to add, what they need to balance, and then later down the line, like towards an expansion, that's when they might start thinking about that kind of feature.
And that also goes for the fourth faction idea, like for mercenaries and pirates being a thing in New World. I previously made a video on this subject, and I do like the idea of factionless players having mechanics to support them, which they have actually discussed this kind of thing internally, but they're not really sure how the faction balance is going to hold up, or even if we'll need another faction, so we'll have to see what they decide to do there. But with that, that's the 7 total topics we covered during the discussion. I wanted to also use this video as an opportunity to gather some extra feedback and suggestions from the community, just in case anyone from Amazon Games does watch this one too. I probably won't catch all of them, but I did include a few of them in the previous topics already, and here's a few more of the ones I saw. I saw a suggestion about New World potentially getting some hidden Easter eggs or hidden content, maybe secret titles or achievements, and I really love this idea. It actually reminds me of how I found out a while ago. Some MMOs like Mortal Online, for instance, they had secret skill trainers and content that you could come across in the open world. Like I heard that you could find a skill trainer to learn necromancy kind of thing. And it reminds me of a news story about an MMO called Tibia, where players had actually spent the better part of a decade trying to unlock a hidden secret. And there's other games that do this kind of thing too, like Worm Online for instance. Another few suggestions touched on things like island exploration, which I would love too, but that's probably going to be tied to the naval system thing. Underwater exploration, which funnily enough, I forgot to ask about swimming, because I know there's still some people that are really curious about that. And I also saw some for treasure hunting, like in RuneScape for example. That sounds like it'd be really good for money and incentive.
Are you sure about that?
John, I'm not sure, because this is collective feedback. It's talking about Easter, you know, hidden Easter eggs, secret content, so we can have like a little bit of fun of exploring the world, treasure hunting. You know, these are just things that we want to see in this MMO as we put X amount of time into. I think they're just taking everything from every single game and just saying we can see it in this pirate-based game called New World. I think so too. I mean, pirate booty. I mean, you want to basically find treasure. If it doesn't have that, it would lose out on its appeal of being a pirate-based environment, age, era.
Incentivize players to explore even more of the island. In previous iterations, I made it a mission to travel to just about every point of interest, and I gotta say that it was really nice. There's some beautiful places around this island that I highly recommend people seek out. Other suggestions I noticed were things like instance raids. So if they took the expedition concept and expanded it into like 10-player or 20-player content kind of thing, which raid groups are something I did request in this conversation, because they would be very good to have for content like field bosses, corrupted portal trains, and just open world content in general.
I was a Necromancer in Lineage 2. Most overpowered DPS character because of all the debuffs I can apply and just having double damage. I mean, double HP. It was stupid.
Along with that, people had ones like recruit a friend events for later down the line and leaderboards. But yeah, I would love to see this kind of thing too, especially because we've got titles and achievements now. And the last suggestion is one that I saw a while ago. Someone had the idea of having like a 3-sided battleground. And this
I wonder what that reminds me of.
reminded me of Dark Age of Camelot, and I was thinking that if we had a new zone in the future that was big enough, perhaps a portion of the map could be locked off until you captured the territory and then it opens up for your faction. Maybe this could be an area with high level resources and you get bonus gains, maybe even have open world or closed off dungeons, things like that. But that's officially everything pertaining to the conversation and the answers that I gave. Would love to know your thoughts on this stuff, and again, I do have to throw that disclaimer that there's no guarantee on when or if some of the stuff will come, but this is an idea of what Amazon Games is currently thinking about and wanting feedback on when it comes to the future. Thank you all so much for watching, have a wonderful night or day, and farewell.
Awesome. Thank you so much for Medieval. You're amazing. Your Vods, your information, your conciseness. Hopefully one of these days we get a chance to play with you. Or kill you live on stream. What? Jesus! I'm kidding, Sir Medieval. That was a joke. Maybe not. Okay. Alright, so we're going to be looking at the ultimate guide to PVX guide. This is going to help me understand. This gentleman right here is actually streaming around the corner. His name is Damone Kim. Jesus. Damone Kim does a fantastic job showcasing New World. And I utilize this information as well. Damone, thank you so much for your YouTube bots. Let's get a chance to see Sir Medieval's Ultimate PVX Weapon Guide. This will help us understand the meta
By now, you've probably seen a lot of showcases of the special event we did showcasing the first expedition. During this expedition, and before it even began, I wanted to make sure that I gathered as much information as possible.
Unbelievable. The guy, someone legit, is here tonight from the AAA family, you sexy I didn't say anything. Go check him out. Check out his streams. He's currently reviewing a lot of different condoms, hoping you stay safe. He will not let a single person go into battle without a helmet. Make sure you check out Guy Some Legit as he stress tests every single condom. And also reads a lot of hub comments. Fantastic work. Keep it up, Guy Some Legit. I guess your game's finally out. Not yet. The game's coming on July 20th. I'm recruiting tryhard base members before that time comes out. So on my Discord, !Discord, you'll get a chance to join us. And if you want to be a part of this company, you'll understand this is how to be a part of it. This tells you right here, we're going to be on Facts and Marauders. The company is going to be called The Order. Leadership will be myself. I'll be organizing, making sure everybody is up to date and ready for clapping cheeks. The only rules required to join: you must have PvP on at all times when tagged in the Order. You must be PvP ready at all times if we get ganked. So we'll have communication within Discords or within TeamSpeak or some way, shape, or form you know that we need to go and destroy our enemies. Or if we establish execute Order 66. Also, we'll be actually using titles very similar to this. So that way we can actually have an idea who our members are and who's streaming. And everybody can advertise our organization together. And this will help your stream grow, as well as, you know, let people know, come stream snipe us and kill us if they want to, as we have PvP on all day. And yeah, that's a little sample size for you guys. Let's go ahead and continue watching.
About the different changes and additions made to the game.
Much love.
And the first way I want to relay that is with my very own...
You said, how do you trade KR Dexus? I think you can just trade anybody. There are some bound equipment.
Ultimate Beginner's Weapon Guide. Now,
I do have my own personal content when I streamed this back in August 2020. So I will show some of my own personal content videos of me playing and how many people were scared of fighting us. So it was really fun.
I say beginners because I wasn't able to fully test each and every single weapon. And
there is a market. There's a market in every single town. So imagine, damn, I can't really tell you. Let's imagine the town is Alberta. Then you've got, you know, Frontera. Every single town has its own marketplace. So if you put a necklace that you crafted inside Frontera and you're in Alberta, you can't go and buy it while you're in Alberta. You're going to have to either travel to Frontera or fast travel to Frontera to pick up your necklace. Yeah. So that is the interesting thing they decided to do, because there's taxes on each town. And being a castle owner of, or a region of that continent, you can increase the taxes of everybody putting in auction items.
Build, but based off the very brief time I had with them, and
or do I need to go to X person and cry out? No. It's all inside one NPC marketplace. Sell it there. You could manually trade it with one person and say, I have this item, and yell it out loud and go to X person, but it's all in the marketplace on each town. Yeah, limited market.
Previous experience, I wanted to give you an overall gist of how these weapons would work and what I would recommend. Before we get started, I just want to point out that the game still has over 2 months to go before beta begins, and as we've already seen, the patches to this game have been very capable of drastically changing just about everything as we know it. So that means that some of this information has a high chance of being outdated in the future, but I'll do my best to update it as we go along. In total, there's about 11 different weapons available in New World, with surely a lot more to come.
I love how my face is positioned right where he's going to do the thing. Let's go ahead and show you.
Total, there's about
11 weapons: sword, shield, rapier, hatchet, spear, great axe, great hammer, bow, musket, fire staff, life staff, and ice gauntlet.
11 different weapons available in New World, with surely a lot more to come. Each one of them contains 2 different skill trees.
I hope so,
and
too.
In this video, we'll be doing an overview of all the passives and skills of...
Ooh, let's go show you this real quick.
So it's going to teach us every single ability, passive skill sets, and what they are actually capable of doing. So at least we can understand what the meta builds are.
Available for each one. Just as a brief disclaimer, these opinions are all my own and I will be making comparisons to my previous experience with the game. But make sure to use timestamps if you need to jump ahead, and let's go ahead and get started with my all-time favorite, the Sword and Shield. Now, Sword and Board is the only available combination in which you can equip a shield. Unfortunately, we do not have the ability to use a hatchet along with the shield. The weapon combinations like that have always been highly requested, along with dual wielding. Right now, Sword and Shield is the default tanking weapon for New World. It contains multiple damage reduction buffs alongside the capability for self-heals and taunts. One important thing to note though, is that in a very recent patch, they introduced something known as Carnelian Gems. These can be socketed into your weapon to make various different skills capable of taunting a target. So
I gotta read this. In weapons, they turn on taunt, which puts the player on top of the threat list to enemy AI. To select abilities such as Reap, Final Stand, Shield Bash, Shockwave, Vault Kick, Riposte, and Berserk. In the armor, they reduce the amount of threat a player applies. Carmelian Gems. That is amazing. Finally, they actually made it to where a tank can taunt. They had no taunt mechanisms, and they finally gave you the ability to be a tank sword shield user who does taunt. Imagine you're a sword shield bow user and you don't really want to taunt because you don't have heavy armor, you have light armor. You don't want to be taunting with that sword shield class. You want to be doing some stuns with it, but you don't want to draw attention to you. And so if you have that actual socketed item in your armor, you can reduce the threat a player applies.
not just the different
Really
skills on the sword would apply here, but I've seen Carnelian Gem
Okay, our text is like, farm those for armor. Fantastic. Thank you. That's all I need to know.
compatible skills on weapons like the rapier, the hatchet, and surprisingly more. So what makes the sword and shield tick? Let's start with the passives. I'll go ahead and list them out before we go over the skills, and at the end we'll talk about my recommended combinations and the pros and cons.
So these are some recommended passives. Critical sword strike by 10%, movement speed by 33%, faster while blocking, deals 20% more damage to slowed foes, confidence, and while health is full, you'll deal 15% more damage. Freezing justice at the top right. Successfully hitting with a heavy attack causes you to lose all debuffs. Really? Really? That's awesome. Actually, I'm very curious to see how many debuffs are in this game. Counterattack. When you block an attack, gain 10% increased damage for 20 seconds. 10% damage increase is not a lot, but the 20% on slowed foes seems like a good one. Critical precision. On critical, gain 20% haste for 5 seconds. On a critical, gain 20% more freaking run speed? Holy sh! Critical precision is amazing. You can harass like crazy. Achilles heel, the final attack in your light attack chain causes 20% slow for 2 seconds, reduces movement speed. No, that sucks. It's only 2 seconds for 20% more damage. It's like a single hit. And successful heavy attacks grant you 30% empower for 5 seconds. Empower increases damage. Woo. 30% more damage for 5 seconds, so you can do a empowered stab and then go right into a bow attack, burst, and then just finish him off.
Cons for certain ones, along with other weapons that this one can combo pretty good with. So firstly,
I would do empowered stab right into that bow crit.
The sword scales off of strength and dexterity. Strength being the primary, with dexterity being the secondary.
So he's showing right here, this damage scales with sword, strength and dexterity. Secondary means it won't be as a high percentage. If you level up dex, you will still gain damage with sword shield, but not as much if you went pure strength. So that means dexterity, if you opt in maximum dexterity, your bow, your musketeer will do a lot of damage, but you know, your sword shield gets 50% of that boost. I went full stamina, or aka health, and that basically made it to where I was tanky as hell. People would try to burst me down, they couldn't do enough. An example why I thought that was more powerful based on my math and my brain, you get 200% more health. Which that means if you had 1,000, now you have 2,000 HP. If it was 100% more health, sorry, that's what I meant. And so you get double amount of HP. While in your damage scale model, you'll be at 1000 HP if you did all dex. You only get 50% more damage. So that made me...
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure that's what it was when we were playing. And so what I noticed is, imagine I did 250 damage. And then I get 50% damage boost on top of that. Now I'm doing 325 or 350. I'm just making stuff up, right? It wasn't enough increase in damage. It wasn't an increase. It wasn't enough increase in damage for me to feel like that 50% was worth it. So I went with double the HP and just utilized burst with skills and timings with my teammates, and we just pooped on everyone. Reminds me of anime. I don't want to get hurt, so I have to max my defense. That was a really good anime, by the way. I loved it. She was awesome, just constantly throwing poison on everyone. Sentinent, it's good to see you, buddy. Devil's Ghost, I'm pretty sure about that. I think so. Not if everybody goes Sword and Shield. If everybody goes Sword and Shield, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you can still kill the crap out of him. You saw earlier that Archer just burst right through him.
Two skill trees are named Swordmaster and Defender. The first skill tree, known as Swordmaster, focuses on DPS. The regular passives are Precision, Mobility, Opportunist, Confidence, Empowered Stab, Freeing Justice, Counterattack, Critical Precision, Achilles Heel, and Leadership for the Ultimate. Now these passives are separate from the ones listed underneath. From the one Master focuses on DPS, Mobility, Stab, Critical Precision,
I want to put this right
Achilles Heel, and Leadership.
Leadership. While holding a sword, all group members' damage is increased by 10%. I picked Leadership as a passive because I was in a group of, like, let's say 5 or 10. I thought that was a nice bonus for us to have. But, you know, if you think there's something better at that time, we could have basically adjusted that.
For the Ultimate. Now these passives are separate from the ones listed underneath skills, and I did that on purpose because I want to do it in an organized way. So for the Swordmaster skill tree, we have the skill known as Reverse Stab, a stab attack that deals 175% weapon damage. First passive is known as Unstoppable Stab, and second one is known as Tactician. Second skill is called Whirling Blade, deals 145% weapon damage to all foes within 2 meters. First passive for this is Opportunity, and the second passive is known as Tactical Strike. And then for the last skill, we have Leaping Strike. You jump 4 meters and deal 125% weapon damage. First passive is known as Final Strike, and second is Cowardly Punishment. Now for the second skill tree, this tree specializes in self-buffs, crowd control, and tanking in general. For the regular passives, we have Sturdy Shield, Elemental Resistance, One with the Shield, Final Blow, Sturdy Grip.
Yeah, shield provides 15% more armor, reduces damage from all magical types by 10%. When you block with a shield, all shield cooldowns are reduced by 1%. Really? Only 1%? The third attack in your light attack deals 30% more damage and causes more threat.
Defensive Training.
Damage reduced by 25% when blocking a melee attack with a shield. Ouch.
Fortitude, Recuperation, High Grip, and Defensive Formation.
While blocking, reduce damage to all allies within 2 meters by 30%. Dude. That's epic. You could just literally hold his shield up and you reduce everyone's damage by 30%. But I don't know how close 2 meters is. That's pretty cool.
For the Ultimate.
So High Grip is in stamina damage is reduced by 25% when blocking a ranged attack.
On the skills side, we start with one of my personal favorites, Shield Bash. Deals 50% weapon damage and stuns foes in front of you for 2 seconds. You'll notice that this is also taunt gem compatible like we talked about earlier. But by default, the first passive is Intimidating Bash, with the second one being Concussive Bash. For the second skill in the tree, we have Shield Rush. First passive is known as Improved Rush, and second one known as Intimidating Rush. The skill itself allows you to rush forward 5 meters.
I'm gonna be doing the bow / sword shield build, where I can just constantly CC my targets and burst them down constantly and move around with members. Or we could be annoying and all go muskets and just annoy a living crap out of our foes.
knocking back foes and dealing 125% weapon damage. Last skill, which is also one of my favorites, is known as Final Stand. For 8 seconds, reduce all incoming damage by 30%, with the first passive called Final Countdown and the second is Restoration. This skill in particular is going to be the bread and butter of the longsword, and allow you to tank properly when it comes to just about any and all hostile encounters. For the basic attack, this is the light attack chain right here, consisting of a 3-part combo. And this is the heavy strike, which allows your character to thrust. As you can see, the animations have been changed compared to how they used to look, and it is still possible to cancel the light attack chain by incorporating.
Does resistances stack? What do you mean by resistances? Are you talking about like damage resistance? I believe so.
Heavy attacks between the second and third strike. For the pros and cons, the sword and shield tree is all around pretty good. It's primarily supposed to be used for tanking, so I would say it does the job pretty well. However, if I did have to think of any negatives, I am still sad that they changed the passives that were on the leaping strike. Because other than gap closing...
Okay, so previous... Purchase ability in the previous row and 10 abilities in the skill tree. Charge. A successful leap strike will reduce all cooldowns by 35%. Increase the damage of the next attack by 50%. The attack bonus will last 20 seconds. Oh.
I don't think this skill is as useful anymore, at least in PvE scenarios. For weapon combinations, I would most likely use this weapon alongside the hatchet, because the heal passive on Final Stand will allow you to get a constant stream of healing coming in from both this and the Berserk skill in the hatchet tree line. We'll talk about just how powerful the hatchet has become in just a second, but I would absolutely rank this weapon as the #1 choice to combine with the sword and shield. Past that, I would most likely use the Warhammer or Great Axe. Warhammer because despite its changes, it still has a lot of crowd control capabilities that would be useful for warriors in most situations, mostly PvP. Great Axe might still be a better alternative for PvE due to its whirlwind ability and Maelstrom that can keep mobs in one place. And lastly, for the skills and passives I would recommend, skill-wise I would take Final Stand just about always, followed by Shield Rush fully upgraded, and Shield Bash on the last one. If you have the Carnal Gem, you can make Final Stand do an AoE taunt every time you activate it, but because it has the default 45-second cooldown, Shield Bash might be a much more reliable taunt ability. For DPS situations, I would normally take other weapons, but if you do decide to DPS with the sword, I'd take Whirling Blade for the AoE and Rend debuff, then I'd take Reverse Stab fully upgraded for the DPS and cooldown reduction, and then I'd take Shield Rush for the Weaken debuff, the Gap Closer, and the Slow. Next up, time to talk about the Rapier. So the Rapier skills consist of 2 skill trees, Blood and Grace. The Rapier itself scales off Dexterity as a primary, and surprisingly, Intelligence as a secondary.
So it gives you an idea that if you're going to go as a mage user, and you do have, let's assume you're going to go full Intelligence, you could use the Rapier to actually increase your damage and scale with it, versus Sword Shield as archers are doing, because if you went full dex, yeah, Sword Shield gives you a bonus.
And we'll talk about some interesting things you can do with Intelligence later in the video, but first let's dive into the rest. So with Blood, we have the following passives: Refreshing Strikes, Unerring, Heavy Puncture, On Guard, and Light's Edge. With the skills starting with Tondo. Slash quickly so that it extends the reach of your blade. The strike deals direct damage but also applies a bleed that will deal 100% weapon damage over 12 seconds. And this can stack up to 3 times refreshing previous applications. First passive is Thirst for Blood, second one is And Again, and third one is Proper Spacing. Second skill we have is Flourish and Finish. The Flourish part performs an attack that knocks back enemies. Pressing your left mouse button at the end of Flourish will continue this ability by automatically lunging forward to execute the finish. And doing this will consume all of the Rapier bleeds on any target, dealing 110% of their damage right away.
That's pretty sweet. Imagine your weapon damage is 210 damage, and you applied 3 bleeds on the target, and then you do this Flourish and Finish. They do 110% on the final. That means you're doing whatever that total is times by 3 with a 10% bonus on top of it. It's like a burst hit.
First passive is With Flare, second passive is Swagger, third one is Fuel, and then we have the ultimate known as Bloody
+20 stamina on
Lastly, the
successfully
third
hitting?
skill is Flurry.
Dude, the Rapier class is going to constantly gain stamina for every single fight. That's OP as hell. Stamina is like really needed in this game for dodging. And the rapier class, if you hit a target, you practically got 20 stamina. It does 110% stack on top of the 100% of the initial bleed. Agarthan, that is insane. That's OP as hell. It depends on how easy it is to hit your target. I don't know what the distance is of the rapier.
Enter a posed stance and unleash a series of 5 quick thrust attacks, with each strike dealing more damage. Flurry can also be cancelled by dodging at any time. First passive is known as Overwhelm. Second passive, Fleeting Strikes. Then we have To the Bone for the third.
So you can't get 3 stacks on it. You have to get like 2 or 3 rapier classes throwing on those debuffs on the target and then bursting him. So it's not one person who can land those 3 debuffs. It's a combination of 3 rapier users doing it. So it takes a minute to get that. Yeah. Oh, never mind. He said 100% of your weapon's damage over 10 seconds. Yeah. 12 seconds. 100% of your weapon damage over 12 seconds, and then initiates 110% of that. So I don't know if it stacks or not. Exactly. I thought it was double dipping. I don't think it is. But we'll find out when we actually play a game. We'll learn all about it.
And finalize for the last.
It would have been nice if he actually attacked monsters, but I don't think he meant to make this video this way when he doesn't have the content. If he's already in the content video, he should have been attacking monsters to show us how Flurry looks like on a mob.
Now this tree specializes particularly in the offensive side of Rapier. This is where you have your maximum damage output and is a tree that really excels in PvE. You'll actually find with Rapier that it's got to be one of the most well-rounded weapons in the game right now. Every single skill in this tree is very useful in some way, so much so that you can mix and match in just about any order and still be completely viable. The next tree, known as Grace, has the following passives: Desperation, Red Curtains, Controlled Breathing, Perfectionist, and Swiftness, with Momentum as the ultimate.
Okay, so Momentum. Gain 20% increased damage on your next light or heavy attack after performing ability. Ends on hit or after 3 seconds. Oh, wow. This is not a chance. This is a passive that every single time you do an ability, you gain 5% more damage. The Rapier class has a skill that you can constantly spam in a skill attack. Holy crap. This guy blasts through damage. Yeah. Yeah, this is good DPS on PvE. I don't know if they're going to be able to land that much damage on PvP. 3% for haste for 4 seconds on any hit, stacks up to 5 times. So that means they'll get about 15% run speed. So they'll have more run speed than the average user if they hit them 5 times, but it only lasts for 4 seconds. Deals 10% more damage when the health is full, 10% more damage when your stamina is below 40%. Critical strikes reduce all cooldowns by 5%. Jesus. Plus 3 stamina on any hit. Controlled breathing. Damn, this is a stamina freaking
First skill is known as
mastery class.
Riposte. We've seen
What's
this
up,
skill
Painless?
multiple
It's good to
times
see you, buddy.
before, but essentially this one allows you to enter a defensive stance for 1 second. If struck during this ability, counter the attacker, stunning them briefly for 1.5 seconds. And when it executes, you become invulnerable for a brief time.
That's pretty cool. Riposte is a awesome counter attack ability. You have the ability to counter anybody within that second. If you know they're going to be performing a skill that is a long use, like maulers, the people that have the 2-handed axes, they are telegraphing their attacks. So Riposte is a pure counter to those characters that really build up a movement ability. So if you want to know who you should be countering rock, paper, scissors in this game, look for the ones that are telegraphing their attacks and utilize this skill to stun lock them and then do your 5-hit burst combo on top of them and just enjoy all those passes just reaping in while this person's getting shredded by you.
This one is another.
This is a paid game. This is going to be a $40 game that you can purchase, or $50 if you want to have the extra fun stuff it comes with. I don't think it's any pay-to-win options on there. But will they be running servers? What do you mean by will they be running servers? Let's up some Painless SE. Are you talking about like a subscription model servers, or this is Amazon Game Studios game? New World. I don't think their subscription model exists right now. They're going to be looking for a battle pass example.
Taunt gem compatible skill for all of you literal madmen that think it would be okay to tank with the rapier in the first place. But the first passive is insult to injury, second passive is priority.
Oh, there's more passives to this thing. Let's go find out. So reduce cooldowns of other rapier abilities by 20% when landing riposte stun. Wow. That's OP. So other. Okay, so it won't be reducing rapier's ability riposte. So that means you're still waiting 20 seconds, but everything else is reduced drastically. Insult to injury. If riposte is triggered successfully, all your attacks become uninterruptible for 3 seconds. Wow. Yeah, so uninterruptible means like you're not going to be able to get stunned. You're immune to any type of interruption-based abilities. You're just going to be able to throw in all your abilities at once. Pretty damn sweet. Riposte is... I don't know if I'm saying it right. Riposte, right? I don't know.
And the third one is lasting consequence. The second skill, known as evade, performs a small, reliable sidestep in your current...
You need to do a bleed, riposte, second bleed, pop it. Exactly. It's going to be a combo over and over again, and people are going to get used to it. As soon as they see bleed, they're going to know that you're going to try to riposte it. So you have to get used to doing multiple combos at once. Once you learn people's behaviors, you start to counter them very well. But if you have like 3 or 4 different style combo versions, it's very hard to time those skills on them.
Current movement direction
it's gonna be really
cancels
fun.
any current activity and provides momentary invulnerability. Light attacks made during this evade are exceptionally fast. First passive is known as breathe in. Second passive is known as allegro.
What? Okay, there's so much stamina gain on this class. Gain 20% movement speed for 3 seconds on use. So whenever you do evade, you get 20% more movement speed so you can evade and run away, evade and chase. Gain 20% for even using this damn skill so you can actually get, 20% of your 100 stamina that you only get to have. So you can actually do another dodge roll. Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Adagio for the third, and the fourth, crescendo. Then the last one is known as flesh. Lunge forward for 10 meters in a stabbing motion that pierces through enemies. First passive is quick lunge, second is backside, and the third is interruption. Overall, like I said, the rapier is actually one of the only weapons where pretty much every single skill is good in most situations. This is the kind of weapon that I would usually combo with the bow being your primary and the rapier as a backup. For a second choice, I would happily take the spear weapon. Both of them have access to bleeds and the spear has more crowd control to back it up. But it is important to point out that you cannot execute the spear's bleeds with the rapier's flourish and finish. I wish you could, but at the moment, the only bleeds you can execute are the Tondo ones. For pros and cons, I can't really think of any cons, other than the flesh skill can kind of throw you off balance very easily.
Dude, that little spinning feature that goes through the enemy and does damage is a great gap closer. It's really strong because the player who's actually fighting you has to spin his mouse into a 180 turn just to be able to target that player. I think that's insane that they gave them the ability to run through a target, because you get stuck on targets when you try to run through them. You can actually body block people, but this skill has the ability to do like a whirlwind through the target. Pretty damn slick.
If you don't.
How's the drip for stream? Big love, big swaggy kids, man. Thank you so much, man. This is going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to seeing New World. We are going to create a company. The company is called The Order, and we're going to be playing Marauders faction. And so I'm going to be going full time, aiming for world's first, try-harding the living crap out of this game like I was a kid when I was back in like 15 years old. And I'm going to be running this organization from start to finish and create a stream team for New World. So anybody who wants to actually stream for New World, whoever wants to actually play this full time, you will get basically a chance to be a part of this team that I'm trying to create and try to be world's first on anything or PvP monsters. Only rule I have in it is PvP has to be on at all times. I know it's very detrimental trying to be world's first with that on, but we'll discuss that at that time if it becomes a problem. But I'm aiming for PvP all day. We'll see how it goes. Ice Gauntlet and Totem can be shrewd of debuffs like Bleed. The real question is for the Bleed class like this, is there equipment that resists or gives Bleed immunity Agatherian, I don't know if there is anything like that. I don't remember bleeds being a problem. When I played in New World, bleeds were never a thing for me. But now that they're bringing so many different debuffs into the game, I think it could be a problem, and I can see it. I can see the debuffs being removed on successful hit for Sword Shield. It removes all debuffs if you did a successful hit with it or something. There's a skill on there, so everybody has the chance to remove debuffs. Like a healer can remove a debuff one at a time off each person. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. We'll go to the healer class and see what else they're capable of. Rapier and Spear weren't in the preview. Yes, that's why I didn't see the bleeds. That makes total sense. I was gonna say, like, I didn't see any bleeds, but now they brought it in. But I know debuffs do exist, and I mean, healing on debuffs or whatever it is. We'll see how that goes.
Don't use it from the right distance. And with the removal of stagger combat, outside of needing to use your dodges, the evade, and the riposte skill, anytime you're going toe-to-toe with an enemy, you have a high chance of taking a lot of hits. Which, since you're building dexterity mainly, and usually in medium or light armor, that might not be so good for your health. But that's more of a con of the combat system rather than the rapier itself. But the next weapon is the hatchet. This one has certainly had its run of the mill ever since the preview, when it was considered incredibly powerful.
Yeah, it was very overpowered. It had the ability to make you immune to damage for 15 seconds. You can take as many hits as you want. You'll never die. So you can mob train with the skill. Kill everything, and you get 10% HP for every time you get a kill while you're in Berserk. And so you just heal yourself back up as you're AoE mob training everything, AoEing them with your left click constantly and doing your AoE spins on them. Just shredding monsters with 1 HP. It's hilarious.
But after a multitude of nerfs and buffs to the weapon itself, the hatchet has gone from hero to zero and now back to hero again. Except I think it might be winding up for yet another nerf, and now we're going to talk about why. Firstly, the hatchet scales off both strength and dexterity. Strength being the primary, which means you'll get more damage with it by increasing that attribute, and dexterity as a secondary. It contains 2 different skill trees, Berserker and Throwing. The Berserking tree focuses more on the melee side, while also having without a doubt the most powerful skill in the entirety of both trees, Berserk. And the Throwing line focuses more on the ranged aspects of the game.
There you go. Crowd control removal. Wait, what? Hold on. They changed it big time. Super armor, 30% heal, and buff.
Allowing you to dish out damage from a range. Starting with the left side, for passives we have Enraged Strikes, Against All Odds, Frenzied Purge, Accumulated Power, Relentless Fury, Fortifying Strikes, and Desperate Refresh, with Defy Death being the...
Okay, here we go. Enraged Strikes. If the target is below 30%, light and heavy attacks deal 20% more damage. Okay, so basically you finish them off quicker. Against all odds, increases the base damage by 10% for every enemy within 5 meters of the player. So, that's pretty nice. Increase base damage by 10% for every enemy within 5 meters of the player? Are you joking me? So if I have like 20 monsters next to me, I get like an increased base damage? Like, let's imagine I have 30 monsters within 5 meters of me, I get 300% more damage? No. This doesn't make any sense. Frenzy's Purge. When hitting an enemy with a enemy while your health is below 30%, remove all bleeds. When hitting an enemy while your health is below 30%, removes all bleeds, burns, poisons, DOT effects from the player. Interesting. So I guess this skill won't be... I guess this skill will be a passive. You can't get bursted down, is what I'm seeing here. So like I was telling you, there's plenty of counters to bleeds. Desperate Refresh. All cooldowns are reduced by 5% when hitting an enemy with an attack while your HP is below 30%. So, yeah, this was the stupid part. Do you remember what I was telling you about? Having Defying Death. When you receive a lethal damage, avoid death, reduces HP to 50%, gain immortality for 4 seconds. 60-second cooldown. Now, that's weird. I guess Defying Death is now the new style that they created. Before, it was like it cools down for every time you get a kill, it resets the cooldown by 4 seconds. So you go 4 seconds, 8 seconds, 12 seconds, and you can increase Defy Death. It just only allows you to now be 4 seconds immune. This was very cool because you combine these two together. Defying Death would constantly get reused by 5% because you're hitting an enemy while your HP is below 30%, and you're just constantly reusing the skill. Accumulated power. After hitting 3 successful light attacks against the same target, gain in power, granting 30% damage for 3 seconds until the next hit. Yeah, you're just smashing people. Relentless Fury. After a successful heavy attack, gain empowerment of 30% for 3 seconds after 4 attacks. Jesus. Fortify strikes, hitting an enemy of the same target with 3 light attacks, gains Fortify, increases damage absorption. Yeah.
The ultimate. Skill-wise, we have Feral Rush on the first one, a sprinting melee attack that causes the player to jump forward, hitting twice. The first hit deals 100% weapon damage, and the second deals 115% damage. First passive is Dispatch, followed up by Crippling Strikes. Very second skill is the infamous Berserk. Triggers a Berserk mode that increases all attack damage by 20% while active. Berserk mode will be active for 15 seconds, and it's also Taunt Gem compatible, which does make a bit more sense when it comes to tanking. Now with the passives, On the Hunt, Berserking Refresh, Berserking Purge, and Uninterruptible Berserk, this skill has been remade into a powerhouse ability. Yeah, we don't get that 10+ second Tryndamere Don't Die button anymore.
That's what I was trying to tell you, that 10+ second constantly immune to damage. That gave us the ability to go and AoE mob train every single zone. With that skill, you would go mob train all the monsters at any high level and just click that skill, you're immune, and just keep smacking. The only downside to that skill is if you did not have enough damage to kill them in time before the skill wore off, and that's where you get screwed. But now, while in Berserk, your attacks are uninterruptible during Berserk, and you cannot be staggered, which is very scary, but also amazing because you're constantly getting stun locked when you're doing it. Now they gave you the ability to swing through hits.
But a 30% heal, you remove all crowd control and have CC immunity, on top of this being a baseline 30-second cooldown that can be reduced with perks and gems. That's insane. It's also important to point out that Berserk can be cancelled early for that 30% heal to trigger right away. That's why I say comboing this weapon alongside Sword and Shield for tanking would be the #1 choice right now. And it's probably why either in the next patch or the one after is going to include a hatchet nerf. Now the third skill is a new addition known as Raging Torment. I like this one. Perform 4 fast attacks dealing 80% damage with the passives Aggressive Approach and Final Blow. Of course, this tree will probably be the majority of what you spend your points on for the hatchet. Because yeah, it can definitely be pretty cool to throw the hatchet, but in comparison there's just no contest. And if you're going to go ranged, you're probably better off using a bow, or even a musket for that matter. I feel like to accommodate the players asking for an axe and shield, they could totally straight up remove this throwing tree and replace it with a shield line, and I bet hardly anybody would mind. And speaking of throwing, for the passives we've got Aim Throw.
He's pretty much saying the throwing is so useless. That's pretty sad. It did actually have a good throwing feature in the preview, but the Berserk ability did outclass it.
Refreshing Throws, Boots and Rally, Rejuvenating Crits, Exploitation, and Adrenaline Rush, with Persistent Hindrance being the ultimate. With the skills, we have Rending Throw as the first one, Throw an Axe dealing 110% weapon damage and applying Rend, reducing the target's damage absorption by 10% for 4 seconds. Has 3 different passives by the names of Targeted Impact, Opportunistic, and Second Wind. Followed by Social Distancing, great name for a skill there.
Wait, increases damage absorption? So that means not 20% damage. 20% damage done to. I don't understand. Oh, it's for everyone to do damage to him. Not just for you to gain 20% damage. Everybody can do 20% damage onto that target.
Passives by the names of Targeted Impact, Opportunistic, and Second Wind. Followed by Social Distancing, great name for a skill there. Throw an axe forward and dodge backwards, dealing 120% weapon damage.
Wait, did this say 6 feet? 6 feet! You son of a... You only move back 3 feet?
And slowing targets by 15% for 3 seconds. This one has 2 passives by the names of Quick Power and Stay Back. And finally, we've got Infected Throw. Throws an axe that deals 130% weapon damage and triggers Disease, plus weakens the target for 5 seconds. Disease reduces the target's healing efficiency by 30%, and Weaken reduces the target's damage by 10%. 2 passives here by the names of Mortal Power and Aerial Transmission.
So the throwing side is more of a luxury. I don't think you'll need that many passives, let alone skills out of this one like we mentioned before. Probably the only one I would get is Rending Throw. That could be useful in multiple situations by applying Rend and reducing the target's damage, but overall I feel like this skill tree will be on the weaker side, so just make sure to keep that in mind. That being said, we have ourselves the basic attack combo. Looks like it's also been updated since last year. And then we have the heavy attacks. These can also be comboed into the basic attack chains to create even more attack animations too. For skills I'd take, of course I'd take Berserk fully upgraded, the Defy Death ultimate passive, and then I'd take Raging Torrent and either Feral Rush for the gap closer or probably Rending Throw. Would more than likely use the throw to pull mobs, so I would either use that or the aim throw that's at the top of the tree. For weapon combinations, hands down I would use this weapon with a longsword for reasons we talked about before. Then after that I would most likely use this weapon with the great axe. Not for any viable reason really, but because I feel like that would make me more into an actual berserker. Truth be told, you could pretty much combo this with any weapon, considering this could be your glorified oh shit button with the 4-second immortality and 30% boost on your health. Next, let's go ahead and move ourselves over to the two-handed melee weapons, starting up with the spear. This one was introduced last year during the Reekwater preview, and since then it hasn't had too many big changes to it, and I would say that it's a really good choice for PvP content, and can even be pretty decent in PvE. Consists of two skill trees by the names of Zoner and Impaler. Spear itself scales off dexterity and strength, with dex being the primary and strength being the secondary. For the first skill tree, we have the following passives: Deadly Consistency, Refreshing Reach, Invigorating Crits, Strong Conditioning, Evasive Maneuvers, Merciless Strength, Defensive Stance, and Reserve Strength for the ultimate. For the skills, we've got ourselves the Cyclone, spin attack that deals 100% weapon damage, pushes the target back 3 meters and applies a 50% slow for 3 seconds. Passives are Invigorating Combo for the first one, and Strong Momentum for the second. And then we've got Javelin for the next skill, which tosses your spear to do 125% weapon damage and staggering on hit. First passive is Forceful Impact, second passive is Refreshing Precision, and third is Deadly Distance. And the last skill, which is very good for PvP, is the Sweep. Sweep the target's legs, dealing 75% weapon damage and knocking them down, with the first passive being Tenacious Sweep and the second passive being Coup de Grace. This skill tree is pretty decent on the PvE side, but the only one that I would normally take would be the Sweep. That skill is good for both PvE and PvP, and as for the other choices, I think the next tree has the better alternatives. So for the Impaler tree, we have these passives: Precise Jabs, Crippling Jabs, Unerring Precision, Exacerbating Crits, Refreshing Jabs, Finishing Blows, Aggressive Maneuvers, and Exposed Wounds, with Exploited Weakness being the ultimate.
Okay, so all spear cooldowns are reduced by 10% on second hit of a light chain attack. Wow, all spear cooldowns are reduced by 10%? So this must be a really slow attacking spear or something. Plus 15% against targets with less than 30% HP, finishing blows, or successful hits. This kind of tells you guys, if you're at 30% HP, you have to use a heal. You're practically asking to get two-shotted.
First skill is Perforate, 3 quick piercing strikes that each deal 70% weapon damage and apply rend, reducing the target's damage absorption by 5% for 10 seconds. For the first passes, we have Rupturing Strikes, and the second is Impactful Strikes. Then the second skill is called Skewer. Rush forward and skewer your target, dealing 125% weapon damage and applying a bleed every second for 10 seconds total. First passive is Deadly Ambush, second passive is Follow Through, and third passive is Deep Wound. And for the final skill, we have Vault Kick. Use your spear to vault forward and kick your target, dealing 75% weapon damage, applies a stun for 1.5 seconds, and it is Taunt Gem compatible. Now the Impaler tree is where I think we want to put most of our points into. It's heavily focused on the DPS side, and if you combine the Vault Kick with the Sweep, that's a lot of good CC to have for just one weapon. And then if you add in Perforate or Skewer on top of that, personally if you're using this weapon with Rapier, I would probably go Perforate and rely on the Tondo bleeds for the Rapier. Especially because the Skewer used to have a follow-up attack, but that was removed, so now it does less initial damage. But yeah, I would probably combine this weapon with the Rapier, and I think it would also mesh well with both the bow and the musket, because if you're primarily using this weapon as a backup if the enemy gets close, you can whip it out and do a quick sweep or a vault kick, and then switch right back to ranged weapon to capitalize if you want to. And then, we've got ourselves the Great Axe. One of my favorite additions, although I'm still waiting for the Greatsword to make a debut. But the Great Axe sounded really good on paper when we first saw it, and I'm super happy to have it in general, but in game, the Great Axe actually leaves a little bit to be desired, at least in its current state. The weapon itself scales primarily off of strength, has 2 skill trees by the names of Reaper and Mauler, and starting with the Reaper, we've got these passives: Critical Gains, Frustration, Keen Edge, Speed, Executioner Speed, Greed, Death's Embrace, and Critical Condition, with Bloodlust being the ultimate.
Okay. You go 30% faster and deal 50% more damage when looking at the foe within 15 meters. Okay. I want to know if it's very similar to like moving your crosshair over the target, and if you lose the target, you're spamming your mouse left and right trying to get closer to them, or is it looking at the foe based on a 180-degree angle? That's something I'm interested in. That would be pretty annoying if you have to actually always have your mouse hovering over them. When you make a critical hit with a great axe, heal yourself for 10% of the damage done. Pretty sweet. Hopefully critical attacks exist a lot. Increases critical damage by 15%. After one of those attacks is blocked, gain 15% damage for 10 seconds. Max 1 stack. Great axes attacks against great foes with 30% and heals more. This is pretty sweet. Overall, I mean, these guys got some amazing skill sets and weapons on here. But it's going to come down to, can you dodge? Can you get this damn hit to land? Quick attacks are the way to go. And so if they're going to be requiring you to basically do a build-up attack,
first skill is going to be Charge, one that I
take everything back. What the was that?
Is going to be Charge, one that I actually enjoy using very much.
Oh my god.
Charge 10 meters, dealing 130% weapon damage when you reach a target or press.
Oh, my wings in the house with looking for group fusion. It's good to see both of you guys. Sweep and Coop de Gras are the way. Yeah, dude. And Charge, oh my god. Exclamation mark so looking for group fusion. Check him out. Helps out a lot of Twitch streamers. Getting you guys the ability. Oh, my wings is also in the house. Getting you guys the ability basically get hosted by many content creators that are waiting to get on this host queue, looking for group fusions. Good to see you, my dude. Had a chance to play with them in a Platicide arena. Looking to see if you're interested in playing New World and making this your home. We are making an outfit or guild or community or whatever you want to call it, clan, and it's going to be called The Order. I'm going to be running it, and the faction we're going to be picking is the Marauders. Why? Because the lore represents the mentality that we have. That Devin guy, it's good to see you, my dude. Oh, yeah. The Dark Neville's banana. Good to see you, girl. And also, Oh My Wings, good friend of mine, also content creator, Gundam Especial. He builds Gundams on the stream. He also's got an incredible friggin' high personality, extrovert. Sorry, Mr. Danger. I'll be right with you. But yeah, overall, AAA family all the way. Oh My Wings, good to see you, dude. Also loves Genshin Impact. Completely shrimps over all those characters. I love it too.
Press left mouse button. This has an unstoppable buff, so you cannot be interrupted while using this ability. First passive, Frenzied Momentum. Second passive, Unpredictable Strike. For the second skill, we've got Reap. Extend your weapon 5 meters, pulling foes to you, dealing 107% weapon damage, and this one is also Taunt Gem compatible. First passive is the Collector. Second passive, Hunger. And the third one, Fatal Attraction. Last skill is known as Execute, a powerful overhead attack dealing 175% weapon damage. First passive is Unstoppable Greed, and second, Executioner. This first tree, I would honestly not use anything but the Charge, mainly because even though the Reap skill has the 30% heal of the damage done, it's such an unreliable skill that if you're slightly too far or slightly too close in range, the skill is just gonna miss. But also without the stagger, it kind of makes it a dangerous game to play to leave yourself open like that after pulling an enemy directly towards you. And Execute I wouldn't really use mainly because of the wind up. This seems like a very easy skill for people to dodge, and as far as it says, it doesn't really do any CC. It's kind of in the same boat as the Mighty
Yeah, Dark Devils, we're basically talking about weapon meta. This is going to help you understand how to be class combination, weapon-wise, skill-wise, everything you need to know about every single class. Is this for you? Maybe not. But overall, this is for me to know what am I dealing with, getting a chance to see the Reaper and how it's going to affect me. Now I'm watching the skills, learning what their skills are capable of, and understanding how to maintain my HP pool and positioning against players who have a two-handed axe like that. I can totally see you carrying a a two-handed banana and coming to clap me. And I have to make sure I keep my distance, you know, and understand the skills that you got, like charge and stuff.
Gavel is for the Warhammer, where they don't seem to match their animations effects-wise, but that could also change in the future. Charge I like using though, because you can use a basic or heavy attack and then cancel into it. Now for the second tree, passive-wise we've got ourselves Mauler's Resolve, Gravity, Center of Attention, Heavy Pull, Enduring Pull, Revenge, and Crowded Protection, with Mauler's Fury as the ultimate. Then for the skills, we've got Whirlwind, Spin Attack dealing 50% weapon damage to all nearby foes. If you manage to hit a foe, spin up to 4 times and you can also move while doing this. First passive is Gusting Winds, second passive Unending Winds, and third, Surrounded. Second skill we've got is Maelstrom. Love the name on this one by the way. Fast spinning attack that pulls targets closer to you and deals 115% weapon damage.
Okay, with Maelstrom and that other spinning skill, very, very good combo. Pulling them in, instant. You can do the charge, Maelstrom, and then Whirlwind multiple times. You don't even have to worry about where they dodge. You're going to hit them.
Passive is Storm's Reach.
Beyblade
Second
time.
passive is Absorb.
This is basically the Barbarian.
Reprieve. And finally, we've got the Gravity Well. Throw your axe to create a vortex that pulls foes to its center for 3 seconds. Ends with the damaging burst, dealing 100% weapon damage.
Bro, it's only 10 meters, though. This will be like a meme compilation. Like, hey, Arshee, spec in the Gravity Well and kill people with it so we can actually laugh at them. You know, because one of the things you're going to think about is you're going to pull the foe into the center of that gravity, right? And it's 3 seconds maximum, 30-second cooldown. I'm going to basically put this freaking musketeer guy in there, and he's going to literally himself as I'm like charging up like... You get the idea. They're going to basically cry the whole time. And they're going to be literally themselves. But if I can land it, and then they die.
And the range on this is 10 meters. First passive we've got is Crowded Well, with the second being Unyielding. Overall, I would rate the Great Axe as being in one of the lesser states of the weapons, because right now it just doesn't seem to perform as well as its counterpart. It can be useful in PvE.
They're not chickens. They're players. This is called New World.
Situations, especially with the Whirlwind and group farming, but past that and the charge skill, also maybe Maelstrom, the other ones leave a lot to be desired. The basic attack combo also does feel a little weird right now. I do like the heavy attack animations and it can synergize pretty well with these other skills, but I think there's some improvements to be had here, on both the DPS side and the sustain side. And with 6 weapons left to go over, let's go ahead and continue with the Warhammer. This weapon, in my opinion, has probably been in the doghouse the longest. I'd imagine that most of you didn't see or hear about how ridiculously powerful this weapon was when it first debuted, but it's been hit really hard with the nerfs ever since. Actually kind of ashamed to see, because before some of those other weapons came...
Swaggy, I played it in the preview. That was back in August 2020. I have preview footage. I just wanted to see what are the new weapons that I get a chance to see, like the rapier, the spear, and the whatever that was, the Beyblade class earlier, the spinning one. I missed the name of it. I forgot already. Whatever that two-handed axe was. That was pretty sweet. Can you stay online day and night so I get more channel points? You sick. I will be streaming more often. Yes. Will I get through all these YouTube videos from New World? Probably. And then we'll play some Call of Duty for many hours. But I'll be on for another 30 minutes to an hour. So this video is going to last for 22 more minutes. Jesus. G-Man Joe, it's good to see you, my dude. All right, let's go.
Came out, I loved using the Warhammer.
Call of Duty will get you an unfollow. No! It's a Call of Duty prop hunt. It's hilarious. It's a really fun game. It's where I can talk to my 6 teammates. We're all trying to hide as chickens, or we build up like ourselves. Yeah, prop hunt. It's a game mode inside of Call of Duty. Cold War. You will love it. Guaranteed. If you don't, then you can unfollow. Anytime you want. Yeah, just give me a chance.
Hammer. Its crowd control can mesh really well with Sword and Shield or Hatchet. And I think that multiple times during its lifespan, it was in a decent enough spot to be left alone for the most part. Some tweaks might have been needed here and there for sure, but this previous tweak to the weapon I just didn't really like at all. I expand more on that in the balance video we did, but let's go ahead and talk about the passives and the skill trees. 2 trees total, Juggernaut and Crowd Crusher. The weapon scales primarily and only off of strength, and for the Jug side, passives start off with Epitome of Bonk, exhaustive attacks, quick recovery, hammer time, hardened steel.
Oh my god, hammer time. If it does not play the song Hammer Time every single time you basically hit somebody. Hammer time. Gain empowerment on heavy attack, increases damage done by 10% for 2 seconds. Really?
And power through pain. With justice for all.
For 1 second after taking damage, deal 20% extra damage. For 1 second. Are you f***ing kidding me? Like, that's so random. This is the slowest attacking class in the game, and you only get it for 1 second. Like, you have to get hit the moment you're already swinging to do more damage. So pretty much, if this person's already charging up to hit you, don't hit him, because he's going to hit you for 20% more damage as if he's already going to land the hit on you. But you get the idea. Press the basic attack during the Mighty Gravel to add a second attack that deals 150 damage.
All being the ultimate.
Yeah.
The skills start off with Armor Breaker, a powerful swing that penetrates 35% of the target's armor.
Jaden, you're saying it's epitome, and is it epitome? Epitome. Like you don't type in the phonetic spelling. Epitome.
Epitome.
Oh, it's epitome. Okay, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. I know. Oh man. Yeah, we're just gonna keep moving on.
Armor and deals 120% weapon damage. I really miss the way this skill used to work because Block Breaker was great in player versus environment. Passives on this one are Indomitable, Lasting Trauma, and Opening Act. Then we've got ourselves Mighty Gavel. Unfortunately, this one had an animation change recently that makes the skill a little bit more weird to use, but it's taken over the animation from Path of Destiny. This skill does an overhead leaping attack that crushes down on enemies, dealing 120% weapon damage. First passive is Summary Judgment, second is Impact Fracture, and the third is Expedite, with of course Justice for All being the last one. And lastly, we've got Wrecking Ball. Strike the ground around a target with the hammer, dealing 100% weapon damage and flattening the enemy. First passive on this one is Safety Measures, with the second being Breathing Room.
I think that Wrecking Ball is an amazing attack, not because of Miley Cyrus, but the ability to flatten the enemy is similar to a stagger or a complete shutdown of the character. If you can get a class who can already start up by either staggering the enemy from distance, like a musketeer character or a bow user, or somebody who can actually hit a target, slow them down for this player to use Wrecking Ball, then you flatten the target and then everybody else can maul them. It's just like so sweet.
Now, before the recent changes, I would have gladly taken Mighty Gavel for most situations, but with the removal of the crowd control, I've completely shifted the usefulness of the Warhammer onto the right side tree. Yeah. And speaking of the right side, passives start with Outnumbered, Facilitate, Expedition, Resurgence, I Can Do This All Day, Guarded Spirit, Acceleration, Concussive Impact, and Prevailing Spirit, with the ultimate being Aftershock.
So, oh my god, is Aftershocks from AFX? I'm just kidding. Whenever a target is affected by crowd control effects, they are slowed by 20% after 4 seconds. Okay. What crowd controlling effects are there? I'm looking for one right now. I don't see a crowd controlling effect somewhere. Okay, so there it is. After 2 light attacks with the Warhammer, deals duration, debuffed durations on players are reduced by 25%, can only trigger once. After hitting a target with an active debuff, obtain haste, increases movement speed by 10%. I don't see any freaking crowd crusher. This is a crowd crusher skill tree and nothing is. That's weird. Crowd controlling effect. AoE attacks? I guess you're saying that AoE attacks is a crowd control ability? I guess so. Maybe.
Skill-wise, we've got Shockwave. Slam the hammer into the ground, causing a 3-meter radius AoE earthquake that deals 90% weapon damage, and applies a stun to all impacted targets for 1.8 seconds. Also Taunt Gem compatible. Second one is Clear Out. A fun one to use in most situations for sure, a wide swing that knocks enemies back 4 meters to create distance and deals 110% weapon damage. Passives are...
Okay, now Clear Out is pretty damn sweet. Only for castle sieges. And the reason why Clear Out is pretty sweet is because everybody's bundled up on the A point. If you get these people coming in and just clearing them out, they will prevent everybody who is trying to spam those Citadel shields. All of them will be pushed out of that center. Clear Out is the only way to shut down that Citadel shield healer who's sitting there trying to prevent their team from getting AoE attacked by mages. So if you say, I need my teammates, which is these big heavy hitters, to go in, 3 of them hit the A point, 3, 2, 1. Here comes Clear Out, and then here comes mage attacks on the A point. Because one of the things that are going to happen, every single person is going to be running into the A point. Mage staff are dropping Citadel shields. Citadel shields is a dome that prevents any outgoing attack coming inside, and you can't hurt them. They're permanently immune as they're doing this little this little buff skill that they're doing. It's like 8 seconds or 4 seconds long, and they can keep recasting it over and over again by stacking it with their multiple teammates. Well, when you do Clear Out, all the teammates are going to rebundle back into the A point, but here comes an incredible amount of AoE damage on the A point by these mages, and you can shut down hordes of enemies, especially if you take advantage of AoE skills in a 50 versus 50 man raid.
Power Cleaner, Clean and Refreshed, and Swing Away. With the final skill being Path of Destiny, the one that's unfortunately been given the worst possible wind-up animation in the entire Warhammer skill line. A powerful ground strike that erupts a linear wave of energy in front of the player, dealing 125% weapon damage to all targets in its path. Passives are Seismic Waves and Stimulated Reduction. Despite my qualms with both the Great Axe and the Warhammer at the moment,
I have a question for you guys. I just saw a skill in here that I don't think many people actually know how to utilize.
Dealing 125% weapon damage to all targets in its path.
Do you guys see that right there? Ability cooldown reduced by 5% for each enemy hit with Path of Destiny. So if you just literally hit 20 targets on the A capture point, you're going to keep spamming Path of Destiny. You could just keep casting this skill. Not only does it stagger enemies on his path, that means you can't run up to this person. You're going to get hit by this skill. You just constantly just hit him with it. Do Path of Destiny with mage skills. Yeah, I think it's only good for AoEing in sieges, but it's not meant for 1v1. This is a terrible skill for 1v1. Of course, you respec for every time you do fights. And so when you're going to do a fight for 1v1 or out in the wilderness or five-man raids, Path of Destiny is a terrible skill. But when you know you're going to be hitting 50 targets at once, this is an amazing skill to have. They have built this game where some skills just don't make sense out in the open world. But in siege-based fighting, it's incredibly powerful. So Path of Destiny is pretty damn sweet, especially when you can go in, clear them out, you push them 4 meters away, and then Path of Destiny them right after that. And so you can just have some fun. But if you clear them out and the mage attacks try to come in right underneath it, you just push them out of the mage attacks. So it depends on how you want to make it, how you want to work it.
Path. Passives are Seismic Waves and Stimulated Reduction.
Does that shockwave work if they are hit by friendly AoE? I don't know if you can hit your friendlies with this. Shockwave work if they're hit by friendly AoE? It's a good question.
Despite my qualms with both the Great Axe and the Warhammer at the moment, the hammer still does have its usefulness as well. But both the damage and crowd control have taken a hit on this weapon, and it's a shadow of its former glory. Really hoping that can improve in the future, because I would love to see this one make a proper comeback, and get those animations switched back around if possible. And with all the melee weapons out of the way, let's talk about ranged. Kicking it off with the bow, of course, this is a weapon that's always been highly ranked on the power scale when it comes to the weapons, mainly due to how ridiculous the spread shot always was. With it fully upgraded, you had 5 shots going off in your face all at once. Sometimes that was not fun to say the least, unless you were the one behind the bow. But since then, it's been changed slightly into a skill known as Splinter Shot, and with the 10 meter requirement before it splits and other changes made, I think the weapon is now in a state that I think everybody would consider pretty balanced. But first we've got the Skirmisher tree on the left and Hunter tree on the right,
The weapon scales off dexterity, and starting with the passives, on the left we've got Impale, Dodge and Weave, Mark, Catch Me If You Can, Evasive Tactics, Closing In, Hunter's Insight, Archer's Speed, and Battle Precision, with Knee Shot for the ult.
I'm going to read this real quick, because this is something I'm going to be interested in. If you're a foe with 100% health, you cost 30% slow for 2 seconds. If you hit a foe with 100% health. Okay, so when you do Impale, you'll slow them pretty well. Dodge and Weave, after you dodge, you gain 20%. Really? So I'll have a permanent 20% haste for every time I dodge? Or is there a cooldown to that thing? That's OP. Mark. Deal 10% more damage to foes when suffering from a debuff. That's no wonder why this is a really good, basically, PvP class. Hunter's Insight. Hitting a foe with a debuff grants 5 stamina. I don't even know how often I'm going to hit one with it. Archer's Speed. Gain 20% haste for 5 seconds when you swap to your bow. Oh. That's awesome. Especially when your sword shield. Stun them, switch to Archer's Speed, reposition, and then you can shoot them. Pretty damn sweet. Battle Precision. Debuff durations last 20% longer. Catch Me If You Can. If you're surrounded by 3 or more foes, 3 meters of you, you gain 33% more haste. That is why you can do 1 versus 5 with this Archer class. Right here. Catch Me If You Can. That is OP as shit. That's awesome. Evasion Tactics. After you dodge, you deal 20% more damage for 5 seconds. Yeah, this is extremely, extremely. Good night, Jaden Devin. Have a good one, buddy. Have a good one. If you're gonna play New World, make sure you opt in.
Shoot Your Shot is now hosting my stream with 13 viewers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shoot Your Shot from the AAA family is here tonight. We're talking about New World, but before anything else happens, let's make it up and give it to Shoot Your Shot!
Arshee. Arshee.
Live Australia.
Arshee.
I love how you guys picked the down at the same. It's not often I could do it, but I'm glad I could. No, thank you so much, Shoot Your Shot. He's from the AAA family. Make sure you guys go check him out. ! So at Shoot Your Shot. Not only is it just Jada Devin with a tier 3 sub. Thank you so much for all the support. Being here for the last 9 months. Unbelievable. We're going to have Jada Devin, the AP Lightning Monster. One of the people that I clearly can say is one of the best.
Jaden Devin has just supported the family with a tier 3 sub. Hope to play with you when it comes out.
For sure, man. I would love to play with you. And just remember, we're very heavy PvP oriented. And I think you're into PvP after you've clapped me so many times on Planetside. Shoot Your Shot. How was your stream? I hope you basically enjoyed. Have a good night, Jaden. And also, thank you so much for the support. Tier 3. Unbelievable. Go wash your hands. Like, maybe right now. Because you're so goddamn. I didn't say anything. Yeah, it was Poggers. That's what I'm talking about. Shoot Your Shot. What did you guys do today? If you guys don't know what the heck Shoot Your Shot was doing today, here is a clip from Shoot Your Shot. Let me give you a chance to give you a little bit of love over here. Let's see. Recent highlights. Yes, channel trailer. Yeah. I love this one. All right, guys. Check this out. Shoot Your Shot, everybody who just came in. Oh. No. Wait. The weapon meta is still in my face. There we go.
Hi, I'm Shoot Your Shot, and you're watching Twitch. Stop simping. Tested positive for having a fat, wet gorilla grip pussy.
You did?
For an extra $20, I'll come on your merch.
I hate it here.
Oh God,
Hey,
that's
I'm
a lot
just
of
sitting
hair.
in chat wondering what the fuck is going on. Bro, I played Minecraft at 30. I'm so quirky.
Oh, that's a lot of meat.
We're going to Mixer, boys. I'm gonna nut.
I learned.
We're in. No, that is not the move.
Hit that follow button, guys. Make sure you guys go check out his channel. That was Shoot Your Shot. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a wonderful day. Exclamation mark so at Shoot Your Shot. One of the AAA family members, somebody that I was looking forward to seeing when I was in New York. And sadly, we didn't get a chance to connect, but we're looking forward to seeing each other hopefully in 2021 or 2022, whichever prefers. That was one hell of a trailer. Yes, he is a professional editor and just has an amazing channel. Check him out. And make sure you hit that follow. Give him that love. He talked about strip clubs and played Apex. That is awesome. Shoot your shot. I play Apex as well. I would say I'm not like the best player, but I would say I'm actually decent enough to actually carry on my own. If you do want to play some Apex, let me know. But does New World fancy you? Is this a game that you would consider to be maybe a game you might want to opt into? I don't know if you've seen any trailers for it, but here's a little trailer for you to see here.
What is Eternum?
What is Eternum?
The substance of legends.
You played the alpha!
The pulse of adventure.
We're gonna go back to weapons
Glory.
in just a minute. But before that, it looks like he's already seen this game and played it. I'm very excited. Let's go finish this up. We're currently talking about the Archer tree, and this is about weapon metas. And so let's get a chance to see what the Archer class is up to. If you want to get a little summary of what's happening, if you're next to 3 or more targets, you'll get 33% faster run speed. If you completely do a single dodge, you get 20% more run speed. You have an incredible amount of... there's a terminology I forgot here. But you have a lot of abilities to handle 1 versus 5, 1 versus 10, because of all these extra passives that come with it.
For the skills side, we've got Poison Shot to start with, previously known as...
But you said I was super interested, but I like to know life games like this. So shoot your shot. This is what I'm doing. I don't know if this is your interest, but these are what I'm basically going to be doing. We're going to be creating a stream team in New World where everybody who is in the guild will actually have a title on their name, so we can advertise our company name called The Order. We're going to be able to get PvP on at all times, cycle in and out, have a gank squad ready for you, and make your life miserable at all times while shoutcasting and being a part of every single event available for what New World and TwitchCon has in store for us at Twitch Rivals. So going for Worlds first, we're going to have a lot of fun. But if you wish to join, a lot of new streamers are coming in. A lot of other content creators that I know are coming in. And we're going to try hard, no life this thing, and gank everyone in sight. Bounty boards are going to happen. Anybody part of our communities from Twitch gets killed who is not in the order, we will put them on the bounty board. So they will die to the order because they touched one of our community members. And so our casual community can have fun knowing that they've got the backing of the order. It's going to be a lot of fun role-playing and just overall just pure destruction. It's going to be epic. All right, let's go.
Smoke Shot shoots a poison arrow that on hit or land creates a cloud of poison for 3 meters wide that lasts a total of 10 seconds. First passive, Infected Arrow, and second passive is Direct Hit. Next skill is Evade Shot. Jump back 5 meters and shoot an arrow dealing 125% weapon damage. Passives are Evasive Knockback and Go the Distance, with the last skill being Rain of Arrows. Shoot a barrage of arrows 7 meters wide dealing 150% weapon damage. First passive is Barbed Arrows, with the second being Hooked Arrows. Overall, it's a pretty decent tree. You've got some utility there, but I think when it comes to what'll be the most viable, that'll majorly come from the second tree. And now we've got the Hunter. Passives start with Long Range, Finishing Shot, Surprise Attack, Hawkeye, aim true, unbreakable focus, opening strike, arrow range, and bullseye, with concussion being the ultimate. Skill side, we've got my favorites, starting with rapid shot, majorly
That was way too fast.
skill side, range, and bullseye, with
Okay, here we go. All right, so this is basically where 20% more damage done to foes at least 10 meters away. So you can just do a lot of poking damage. If your target is below 50%, you do 20% more damage. That means you can basically do 40% damage to any target 50% meters away, 50% HP below and 10 meters away. That's stupendous amount of damage. Surprise attack. If you haven't done any damage to the foe in 10 seconds, you deal an additional 20% more damage. Do you know how much damage is being done here? 60% damage for the first shot coming in to your face if you blow 50% HP and 10 meters away. Increases the arrow distance before you start of gravity by 100%. I really don't know what the hell it means. I'm assuming that there's a lot of like, yeah. Opening strike. Heavy attacks deal 20% more damage to foes with 100% health. So no matter what, you're going to do 60% damage either at their 100% or below 50. Jesus. Bow shots, critical damage chance increased by 10%. Not bad. When you land a headshot, you heal yourself for 10% of the damage done. Shut the Okay, everybody who's an FPS player, shoot your shots, also one of those people. Hawkeye, go to. Headshot everything. Get your HP back up. Heavy attacks, arrows, fly faster, and deal 30% more damage. There's so much damage here. Receive 20% less damage while aiming. So you're basically going into a firefight with another archer or something like that, or accidentally got hit from behind. Nice little resistance and damage. Concussion. When you land a headshot, you deal 20% more damage. Done, and 50% chance to get your arrows back. That's pretty weird. How all of a sudden I hit your head and just teleports an arrow to me. That's awesome, but that's funny.
Concussion being the ultimate. Skill side, we've got my favorites, starting with rapid shot. Shoot 3 consecutive arrows, the first 2 dealing 100% weapon damage each, then the last one dealing 125% and causing a knockback. First passive, rapid accuracy, and second passive is final blow. Then we've got penetrating shot in the middle. Shoot an arrow dealing 150% weapon damage that passes through targets and continues for 100 meters. This is a really good thing to combo right after a shot, by the way. Passives are blood-soaked arrow and deep strike. Then lastly, we have Splinter Shot. Shoots an arrow 10 meters forward, and then it splits into 3 arrows, dealing 50% weapon damage per. And then it upgrades into Scatter Shot, and then Calculated. So this tree is where you'll see the most, in my opinion, viable skill.
So, do you remember the distance that player was keeping? It's a single arrow that switches into 3 arrows. If you're too close to the target, you can't take advantage of Scatter Shot. You don't do the full damage that it offers, I'm assuming. But I would actually think that you have to be within 5 meters to do that skill successfully to do the most damage. They put a lot of work into this since I last played. Yeah, dude, this is literally a video that has Sir Medieval, who's talking about it since May 11th, 2021. All of the weapon guides and passives that they have in the game currently. Is it going to change again? Most likely, but it's nice to talk about.
Skills for the bow. I think Rain of Arrows can be pretty decent for AoE mob farming, and potentially territory wars for the 12-second slow. But aside from that, I would probably start trying to use Poison Shot for that area denial and damage over time. I'm not sure if I would take the Splinter Shot anymore, because that 10-meter requirement makes it a little bit more difficult to pull off, which truth be told does make sense because Spread Shot was doing a ridiculous amount of damage. And I would always take Penetrating Shot no matter what, alongside probably Rapid Fire unless I needed to use Rain of Arrows for anything.
Sir Medieval, what are you talking about? I mean, literally, this guy is clapping foes. Okay, right here. 3, 2, 1 on the bottom left. Watch this. He's gonna finish him off right here with that AoE attack right here, that Q ability. Here it comes, and it's game over. Same thing over here. He's gonna finish him off with that Q ability coming up. Here's that Q ability again. And burst damage. That was like within 1 meter. But this video is done back in September 2020. So I think they nerfed it to now allow you to do it within 1 meter of the fight. And so I'd be curious to see what that's all about. The Artemis GG. Wait, he was allowed to actually post footage from the alpha, or is this information mostly from the preview, plus the new info from the patch notes? That's a good question, Artemis GG. I don't know, but this is a 2021 everything you need to know. So I'm assuming this has been updated a bit. And he's talking about the scatter shot has been, nerfed from doing it anytime you want within 0 to 10 meters. Now you have to pretty much aim at 10 meters to do that skill. So if you're a close quarters character, you can't get bursted by an archer. That's why it was nerfed, Archie. Hey, come on. Dexus, we'll still find a way to be annoying.
Penetrating is not only something you can combo after a basic or heavy arrow shot, but also has a noticeably bigger hitbox when you execute the skill. Most targets that I normally wouldn't be able to hit without being dead on the crosshairs, I would use penetrating shot to get the connect. Highly recommend this skill, and I would normally combo this weapon with the melee weapon to back it up, so in that case either hatchet for the sustain and last resort, rapier if you want some melee DPS to use when your bow skills are on cooldown, or especially spear for that crowd control you can use when people get too close, and switch back to gain some distance. Could even do the same with musket if you want to. You could throw down some traps and then switch back to bow and use evade shot to jump backwards. And speaking of musket, let's continue with this weapon. So we've got two skill trees, Sharpshooter and Trapper. Musket scales primarily off of dexterity, but surprisingly, just like the rapier, scales off intelligence as a secondary. The musket has surely been another weapon that's been in the doghouse for quite a long time. Even worse than the Warhammer in my opinion. At least Warhammer was still considered pretty viable even after its nerfs. The musket was always just left behind. Now I found during the preview that it can be a pretty good weapon during territory war defense.
Yeah, so Artemis, he's talking about the preview, not the other ones. Yeah, something to be that pleased me about that nerf though. I am, or was, a bow user actually going to need skill now to use well. Artemis CG, I know, man. It's gonna be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to seeing how I can take advantage of the skills that I know of from Planetside 2, coordinated PvP, timings, callouts, and just shutting down targets over and over again every 15 seconds. It'll be pretty legendary. Good morning, buddy. How you doing? Neurastus. Good to see you, buddy. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming, buddy. Artemis, I appreciate that. I love to say those help.
Tartamisk is now supporting the family with a Twitch Prime sub.
Appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. You picked anybody, but it means a lot picking it here, man. You also have Shoot Your Shot. You can use over there. You have Oh My Wings. You got a lot of content creators here.
Usefulness past that point. Now, however, since the recent buff across the board for this weapon, I think it might actually be making a comeback. On the left side, starting with the passives, we've got Critical Reload, Greater Accuracy, Ballistic Advantage, Hit Your Mark, Called Shot, Empowering Headshot, Called Shot Resupply, and Heightened Precision.
Okay, so here's the Critical Reload. Land 3 headshots with 10 seconds of each other grants and an instant reload. I think it's trying to say landing 3 headshots within 10 seconds of each. Not with 10 seconds. It's within. Other grants an instant reload. That's pretty cool. We did see the Musketeer. It looks like it's pretty easy to land headshots. Or, not easy, but, doesn't seem too difficult. Greater Accuracy. Accuracy penalty while moving and aiming is removed. Ooh, I like that. Ballistic Advantage. Removes damage fall from standard musket shots on targets. Interesting. Heightened Precision. While aiming, successful hits with the musket grants stackable 2.5% damage increase. This effect ends when the player stops aiming down sights or more than 5 seconds passes between shots. So you can get a 25% damage stack. Heightened Precision. If you're on top of the castle doors and you are a musket user, you're the only class I would recommend to ever be on the battlefield on top of the castle because of heightened precision. You don't want to stand up because of that 25% increased damage as you're just left clicking all day, just constantly left clicking to maintain 25% increased damage boost. And just trying to harass anybody who comes your way. But I don't want too many muskets on the castle doors. I want to make sure we have a nice balance between all of it. Call to shots of resupply. I would honestly want the musketeers to be focusing low HP targets. That's it. So that way they can finish them off, not have to worry about all the players who are sitting there rushing the target, and that guy's 20% HP, and he's got to use all those skills just to finish him off. Our muskets should be looking for HP targets only. Called shot resupply. Standards attacks, headshots, reduces all muskets ability cooldown by 10%. It scales off his intelligence while play with mages. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. My company actually did that thing during war in the preview between bow and musket. Musket performed way better from above. These changes just made it a more permanent thing. 100% Armis. The company that you currently are in, are you still in that company? Is that company thinking about coming back in as a large force, like 100 plus? Or is it just from random company you joined, you don't talk to them anymore? Because I am creating a company that is considered, in my opinion, more of try-hard. People that want to gank, people have communication either from Discord or TeamSpeak. Yeah, I currently own it. We're sitting at 54 members. That's awesome, Artemis. Yeah, I'm going to be going full... I didn't say anything. But yeah, that is going to be really cool to see you out in the field, man. Either we're against each other or on the same faction, whichever is preferred. It'd be fun to go against or with. We currently own 5 areas in the preview. That is awesome. What was the name of your guild, Artemis? I think I remember a team who owned 5 areas. Critical. I think I would have to figure them out. Critical. If you have a screenshot from the preview, I remember a logo. Now I would say that's you were on the same server as me, or on a different server. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's awesome. Where do they go? Where do we go from here after owning 5 different areas? I swear that meme is overplayed. That's pretty good. I could throw somewhere for you. Yes. This is where you can post it. There's a Discord server that I just made for New World category. You can post New World media links, general chat. Just op in the ping system over there, and they'll basically drop it in any of those channels or media links. Who that 42 is good to see, buddy. All right, sniper adds additional 3x zoom view for all muskets aim shots. Mouse wheel up and down while aiming. Also grants 25% damage increase to headshots. Bro, you're getting 50% damage increase with sniper and heightened precision. Standard attacks and headshots reduce all muskets abilities cooldowns by 10%. Empower on successful headshots. Increases all musket shots damage by 10% for 5 seconds. What? 80%? $120% more damage bonus. 120% on top of your 100% damage value on your weapon. You're doing 225% more damage for just camping on top of a wall and shooting people in the face. So that means if you're an enemy attacking this castle, you have to force your musket users to focus the musket users on the wall. They're going to farm the entire server if you leave them alone. Holy crap. Bitlooney, it's good to see you, buddy. Hope you got the your 50 followers, buddy. Good to see you, my man. Technically, they have that kind of. Lol. I'll be back. Running out for food. Can't wait to hear more. Sounds good, buddy. You have to headshot for about 80. Yeah, but Dexus, you have to understand. In a siege war, there's too many people just standing still. They're just standing still just because they can. So everybody's putting those shield bubbles. You know, the shield bubbles on the 8 points. Like Citadel shields are all over the shield bubbles. I'll have to give you an example of what I'm talking about so you're not sitting here like, what are you talking about, shield bubbles? It's this shield bubble right here. Right here.
You cheaty bastards.
Someone...
Just stand up front and don't let him.
Do you see the shield bubbles here? Right? There it is. That bubble right here. Every single attack in this shield bubble. Archers, musketeers, mages can't do any damage. Ranged attacks don't do any damage from the outside shooting in. So there's a healer in there holding a staff up right there. This guy right here. I guess you can't see him because I'm in the way. Hopefully it'll show you in a second. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Just stand him, don't let him in.
There it is. This person right here. Do you see this person holding his staff up? He's putting up another shield bubble. So remember I told you that pushing skill with those tanky two-handed maulers? That's the only way to cancel these damn B words. Or that long distance attack, but that's a long distance attack. You got to get in there and push them all out of the way. When you do that, your muskets are going to be able to hit more and more. This guy's putting another bubble down. And so this is the only way to prevent musketeer users from really bothering you guys.
Go B now. Can we pick the back line?
So they took A instantly for all the players that were on that point. So you get this. He is a repair Sunday. I don't think he's a repair Sunday.
Sniper being
it's 1 a.m. I need to work. Take care, buddy. KR Dexus, it's good to see you, buddy. I think muskets are pretty amazing, to be honest.
ultimate. For the skills, we've got ourselves Powder Burn, which overloads
What's up, buddy? How you doing, buddy? Gentlemen, live of NW. No, I'm not live on New World. I am currently talking about New World's weapon meta through this YouTube VOD that is from Sir Medieval. No, they're not chickens. KR Dexus, it's good to see you. Have a good night, buddy. Get your rest. What the f? It's good to see you, Murder. We're talking about New World's Ultimate Weapon PvX Weapon Guide. All passive skills. Everything you know. 2021 by Sir Medieval.
Musket with gunpowder, causing the next shot to deal 120% weapon damage and cause a burn status effect. The burn deals 20% weapon damage per second for 9 seconds, and it does not stack or combine with other overload shots. First passive is Backdraft, with the second being Chronic Trauma. Then we've got Power Shot, an old school favorite. Overload the musket with gunpowder, causing the next shot to deal 150% weapon damage. And the first passive is Initial Engagement, second passive is First Blood, and third, Bullseye. And then we have Shooter Stance. Players enter an aiming stance to enhance their performance. Shots deal 105% weapon damage, and while in the stance, rotation angle is limited to 180 degrees, mobility is reduced to 0, accuracy increased by 10%, and reload time reduced by 75%. This mode will also exit after 3 shots. First passive is Shoot More, with the second being Marksman. This side of the tree I would say does its job pretty well. With the addition of the skill known as Powder Burn, the musket has some debuff capabilities around it now. So while you're reloading, you still have that constant stream of DPS coming through, and since they buff multiple aspects of the weapon on the damage, you should be doing pretty good DPS in general. Now for the second tree, starting off with the passives, we've got Salt on the Wounds, Weaken Defense, Hustle, Energy Burst, Back It Up, Empowering Weakness.
Back it up. Back it up. Don't you know, back it up. After a dodge, gain haste, increasing movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds. Increase damage dealt to targets below 15. Increase stamina damage. Blocking enemies
Tactical
using a
reload,
shield.
Kick them when they're down. And for
increase stamina damage to blocking enemies using shields by 200%. Damn. So that means if you're blocking a musket user with a shield, you're dealing 200% stamina damage and deals 10% of that armor penetration that aren't blocking with a shield. That's amazing. So you can really shut down sword shield combination users, Compound and Adrenaline. If a target is hit by any of the 2 of the Trapper's abilities within 4-second period, reduces all cooldown speed by 20%, gain 20% faster stamina regen rate, and 20% more movement speed. That's not that great. Is it for everybody? I don't know if it's for everyone. It looks like it's for everyone. Deal 10% damage to targets with an active debuff. Hitting a target with an active debuff triggers some power. I mean, it just seems like everything's damage ranking up. Attacking a target with an active debuff restores 20% stamina. Walking and strafing movement increases by 30% when an enemy is within 8%. Yeah, long story short, this is terrible. The Trapper skills. It's all about Sniper.
Compound Adrenaline. Skill-wise, we've got ourselves stopping power, overload the musket with gunpowder, causing the next shot to deal 115% weapon damage, staggering the target and knocking them back 3 meters. 2 passives by the names of lasting impression and supplementary repulsion. Second skill, a core ability for any musket user, is traps. Throw a trap that lasts for 20 seconds. When triggered, it causes the target to be rooted, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. First passive is known as trap damage, second passive, scent of blood, and third passive, double trap, with the last skill being sticky bomb. This one throws a bomb a short range that can stick to anything it makes contact with. Detonation will occur 5 seconds after impact, dealing 150% weapon damage to all targets within 3 meters. First passive is unflinching walk. Second passive, sticky slow. This tree is where you get more of your utility for musket. The traps can be very useful for keeping enemies locked down, and the sticky bombs, I used to like using them for territory wars to throw onto capture points for scrambling the enemy players with explosions. But that was when we had 2 charges instead of just 1. So now I'm not really sure if I would use it that much, but it does still remind me of Halo because it sticks to enemies, so it does get points for that. Weapon combo wise, just like the bow, I would probably have a melee weapon as a backup, like a spear or a rapier. One of the interesting things that I found combos really well with the musket now is what I briefly mentioned in the beginning, the ice gauntlet. See, case in point, whenever you throw a trap down, you can switch to the gauntlet right after, pop down an ice storm and even a pylon, and for the most part, the enemy is just going to have to eat it for a couple of seconds. And they can't stay in it, so that should create a little bit more distance between you. You've got the Entombed ability that you can of course use to regenerate mana, but blast enemies back away a few feet if they get close while you're shooting the musket. On top of that, a nifty...
Oh, ice pylon is an actual like mini defense turret that you can put down with an Entomb. And Entomb was that like whirlwind attack. So like when you trap a target, you can Entomb them, ice pylon them, and then that was when you switch back to the musket, forcing them to move away from the pylon or to take more hits just because they're sitting in a freaking whirlwind.
Little thing is that even if you switch back to the musket, the ice pylon you've summoned will not disappear. The ice storm will disappear as soon as you take off the gauntlet, but I found the ice pylon thing to be pretty cool. Now with the ranged weapons out of the way, let's finish off with the magic. First up, the fire staff. Next to the hatchet, this is the most powerful weapon in the game right now. I know it had its moments back in the day, like when flamethrower would chunk your health like it was nothing, but no, It's back in the lead by a long shot. And in just a second, we'll talk about why. First thing is that the staff scales primarily and only off of intelligence. 2 skill trees by the name of Fire Mage and Pyromancer. On the left side, we've got the following passives: Spell Focus, Spell Slinger, Flare, Fiery Restoration, Clear Mind, Singe, Clear Casting, and Runes of Healing.
Let me read this real quick. So Spell Focus, heavy attacks restore 5% of your mana on hit. I don't think you're ever going to do a heavy attack with a staff. So good luck on that. Your abilities gain an extra 15% chance to critical strike. That's pretty freaking sweet. Heavy attacks no longer consume mana. That's not bad. Why would you? I'd be curious what the hell a heavy attack is now. Heavy attacks that reduced fire staff cooldowns by 10% on hit. What the heck is a heavy attack? While I thought the heavy attack was holding down left click. While above 50% mana, you gain 10% Empower. Empower increases damage. When you get a critical hit with a fire staff, causes burning, deal 3% weapon damage per second. So that means you can do about 18% more damage with Singe. Clear Casting. If you haven't taken damage for the last 3 seconds, you deal 10% more damage. Okay. So I would say you have a total of 20% extra damage, which is not as great as the other ones, but they're saying that their skills are what make them set apart. Runes of Helios. Casting a fire spell places a 2-meter ruin on the ground, increases your spell damage by 30% while standing in the ruin. The ruin lasts for 7 seconds. Interessante. So when you see the Runes of Helios, you know that that mage is about to do a crap ton of fire spells right after it, up to 7 seconds. And that kind of telegraphs you that this person is about to burst you. It's holding down left click, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Rival 920. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Helios for the ultimate. For the spells, let's start with Pillar of Fire. All around, this can be a pretty decent skill to bring because of one of the passives that allows you to gain 10% of your maximum mana per enemy hit by Pillar of Fire. I think that's something that could be extremely useful in player versus environment. The spell deals a targeted amount of 120% weapon damage. The first passive is Fire Strike, and the second passive, Arson's Advantage. We have the famous Meteor Strike right after, a spell that drops 32 meteors at your target, dealing 20% weapon damage per hit. With the final, and newly added spell, Fireball. Fires off a heavy fireball that deals 200% weapon damage on impact and leaves a 3-meter burning field that lasts for 6 seconds. The burning field itself deals at least 10% weapon damage each second. Passives for this one is Scorched Earth and Catch. So this left side has some pretty useful spells. The Fire Staff is really good for AoE mob farming and would probably excel very much in invasions and in-game content. But even so, the most powerful spell in my opinion is actually located on the second tree known as Pyromancer. And speaking of that, it starts off with the Pyromania passive. Then we got Heat Up, Kindle, Trial by Fire, Let It Burn, Watch It Burn, and Combat Speed, with Reheat being the...
Alright, let's try this out. Pyromancer, while holding down the Fire Staff, below 50% max health, damage increased by 20%. When you block a melee attack, restore 5% of your max mana. Burning lasts 20% longer. When you activate a fire spell, ability gains 20% haste for 5 seconds. So you got some more combat run speed. Trial by Fire. When you are stuck, create a field around fire around you. You deal 5% weapon damage. All nearby enemies within 4-meter radius. Activates once stuck in battle or lasts for 10 seconds. Not sure if that's a great thing, but it does scare the crap out of people. Let It Burn. Whenever burn deals damage, you gain 30% Fortify for 2 seconds. Fortify reduces damage taken. Oh. Very cool. So Trial by Fire, you're stuck and you get 30% resistance to damage because Let It Burn and Trial by Fire combining together. Watch It Burn. Light attacks cause the enemy to catch fire, dealing 3% of the weapon damage for 6 seconds. Very cool. I didn't think a mage would actually have a defense ability. Or resist damage ability. I thought just a paper tanks. Or what do they call those things? There's a term for it. Glass cannons. After 5 seconds without activating ability, your mana is regenerated by 500%. What? That's really nice. Without this reheat, you're going to be stuck in mana hell.
The ultimate, which could be a very, very useful alternative to Pillar of Fire if you're spending the majority of your points on this side of the tree. Skill-wise, we've got Incinerate, which is the one that I would classify as being the most powerful Fire Staff ability. Yeah. Causes a fiery explosion, dealing 125% weapon damage, and knocking back all enemies within 2 meters. Also catches enemies on fire, dealing 3% weapon damage per second for 6 seconds. First passive is Scorched, second
and Fortify, increase.
Passive, Cauterize Wounds, and third passive, Flame Out. On the second one, we've got ourselves the Flamethrower. Create a jet of flame from the tip of your staff, dealing 25% weapon damage per second. Each hit catches the enemy on fire, dealing 3% weapon damage per second for 6 seconds. First passive is Fire's Reach. Second passive, Internal Flames.
Let me confirm this real quick. Increases the base damage of Flamethrower by 25%. Okay, so that means now it's 50% weapon damage per second. Increases the range of it by 50%. So if you really want to do some nice damage with this thing, you have to have those two. Without those two, it's worthless. So now you're doing 50% more damage, and you got a range increase by 50%. And each time the enemy catches fire, each hit catches the enemy on fire for 3% for 6 seconds. This skill has an 8-second cooldown. What the hell? So you can spam this skill? I don't understand. There's no cooldown to this skill. You just sit there and just hold it down all day.
Third passive is Pyro Dancer. And lastly, we've got ourselves the Burnout. Dash forward, leaving a wall of fire behind you. Residual flames will catch all enemies on fire, dealing 5% weapon damage per second for 13 seconds. Now this side of the tree, I would say, would be very useful for PvP. Residual flames will catch...
Fire staff cooldowns are reduced by 2% for each foe hit by burnout. Okay, it's only 2%. Never mind. I thought this was like, it's going to be more than 2% for some reason. I don't know what I was thinking.
Catch all enemies on fire, dealing 5% weapon damage per second for 13 seconds. Now this side of the tree I would say would be very useful for PvP. Even the burnout skill has its usefulness ever since the life staff dash was removed from that weapon. But Incinerate is without a doubt the top ability in this entire roster of spells right now.
Yeah.
Probably something that's required for the majority of fire staff builds right now, unless you're strictly going to be doing some long range bombardments. Basic and heavy attack animations are relatively the same, except it was added recently that now we'll be able to move while casting these, and that's something that I'm incredibly glad they added. For weapon combinations, I would probably take this weapon with either a sword and shield or life staff, maybe the gauntlet if I needed some extra AoE, but I think the fire staff does well enough on its own that any weapon in the second slot will always be a secondary. Now I said sword and shield because there is a mechanic, this is an old mechanic that still applies today. If you have an intelligence-based character, but you also have...
Okay, so you have an intelligence-based character and something, I don't know. Let's find out. I just want to look at these gems real quick. I'm going to hide myself. Apply this gem to any gem slot and get one of the following stats. It needs a cut of aquamarine. 30% damage converted. 30% of damage is converted to ice. Damage scales off based on the intelligence stats or whatever. Ice ward. 3.5% damage absorption. Then you got fire damage increase. 30% damage is converted to fire. Wow. That's OP. You get even more freaking damage, 30% to fire damage on that thing.
Have elemental gems inside of your weapon, like a fire element or void element on your sword. The damage of it will scale based off of your weapon damage or the intelligence. So battle mage builds are incredibly possible. Second to last weapon, and we've got ourselves the famous life staff, officially been made into a primarily support weapon and scales off the attribute known as focus. The healing ability of it is still pretty powerful, but there were some big changes to how the weapon overall does function. It's actually pretty hard to solo farm with this weapon, so more than likely you'll need someone with you that can help you do damage and do content. I think the discussion around if that's a good thing or not is still being debated currently, but one thing I would love to see come back, even in a much weaker state, is if they added Siphon onto one of the passives, where you could either hold down right click,
suck the life out of an enemy to regenerate your mana to heal up or heal up one friend at the cost of 20 mana per second. I did remember that. That's what we did all the time, to basically siphon our mana back.
Or they can make it into a heavy attack so that you can both heal your teammates or life drain enemies while moving around.
They got rid of it.
Alright, as we know, the life staff scales off focus, 2 skill trees by the name of Healing and Protector. First skill tree's passive starts with Desperate Speed, Sacred Protection, Absolved, Mending Touch, Blissful Touch, Revitalize, Arcane Justice, Intensity, with Divine Blessing being the ultimate. Skill-wise, we've got Divine Embrace, heal target for 150% weapon.
Okay, so let me go back real quick to read this real quick. So this was
Justice, Intensity, with Divine Blessing.
Okay, so Desperate Speed. When you heal an ally with less than 50% health, your staff cooldowns are reduced by 10%. So I guess you just get cooldowns for every time you heal somebody. Naturally, you don't want to wait for 50%. You need to do that heal. While holding a life staff, increase the base health of all friendlies in your group by 10%. Oh, interesting. Life staffs, light and heavy attacks no longer take mana. Really? That's really nice. Absolved. When hit in battle, activate a healing aura for you and your nearby enemies, healing 10% of the weapon's damage each second for 6 seconds. Arcane Justice. Cooldown is 2 minutes. I don't know if I'm a fan of that one, but it's still nice. Heavy attacks give you an increased healing of 10% for 10 seconds. Really? Max 3%? That's pretty cool. Mending Touch. Life Staff's attack now removes all debuffs when hitting an ally. Life Staff's heavy attacks now removes all debuffs when hitting an ally. That's really cool. Blissfulness Touch. Light attacks now heal a target for 20% weapon damage when hitting an ally. What is happening? Looks like this left click heal is going to happen all day now. When you hit a light attack, reduces all your cooldowns by 5%. When you heal an ally, if their health is below 50%, you heal 30% more.
being the ultimate. Skill-wise, we've got Divine Embrace, heal target for 150% weapon damage. First passive is Privilege, second passive, Shared Struggle, and
if the target is below 50%, heal one additional ally within 8 meters with the same amount. If the second target is below 50% health, heal another ally within 8% of that ally. Rebound. What the hell? So you just constantly heal people like crazy. If the target is below 50%, you do additional 50%. Then another heal.
And third passive, Rebound. Then we have ourselves the Sacred Ground. Create an area on the ground that lasts for 12 seconds and heals 10% weapon damage per second. Passives are Holy Ground and Blessed. And lastly, we have Splash of Light. You and all party members are healed for 50% weapon damage.
Oh my god, they did it. They did it. They freaking did it finally. I need to explain this to you. I used to be able to have to call out heals. I used to yell at everybody, all right guys, everybody regroup on me in 3, 2, 1. And then we heal. So you and all group members are healed by 50% of weapon damage. That means I can just spam this skill and constantly heal us.
First passive is Shared Recovery. And second,
if you heal a target below 50%, gain 3% of your max mana. Splash of Light also removes all
Purify.
debuffs.
So this weapon I haven't had a whole lot of experience with yet since the new changes.
That's
but right
awesome.
now, the Splash of Light spell seems to be one of the most useful to have, alongside the Beacon one in the second tree. Lastly, we have
Splash of Light. Yes, that was the one that you don't have to target crap. You can just run and just click it.
Of Light. You and all party members are healed for 50% weapon damage.
Huge.
First passive is Shared Recovery, and second is Purify. So this weapon I haven't had a whole lot of experience with yet since the new changes, but right now the Splash of Light spell seems to be one of the most useful to have, alongside the Beacon one in the second tree. But with this Splash of Light giving a group-wide heal that is also able to remove debuffs, I can see it being a really powerful tool for keeping people alive, especially because you don't even have to aim it. And for the second tree, the passives start off with Bend Light, then Protector's Strength, Spirits United, Defensive Light, Protector's Touch, Balance, and Glowing Focus.
Alright, let's do it. Bend Light. After a dodge roll, your heals are 20% more effective for 5 seconds. If you have a buff heal for 10 more. If you have a buff heal for 10% more. Hey. Oh, if you have a buff heal for 10% more. After a dodge roll, your heals are 20% more effective for 5 seconds. Interesting. I'll just dodge roll all day. Every 5 seconds. Why not? Increase mana regeneration for you and your group by 3%. If you are... What?
Focus. With Magnify being the ultimate.
Okay, I can't read that last part. If you block a melee attack...
Balance and Glowing Focus.
You gain 5% mana. Okay. And then Protector's Touch. Life stats light and heavy grant 15% fortify for 3 seconds when hitting an enemy. Fortify reduces damage. Light staffs, heavy, and then no light attacks. Interesting. So you have a 15% resistance just for using their left click ability every single time. Up to 3 seconds. When you get hit below 50% health, you gain 20% health. 20% run speed. Buffs you grant last 20% longer. And then when you heal with Light's Embrace, extended life staffs buffs by 2 seconds. Life's Embrace. Extend life staffs buffs by 2 seconds. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this one.
Focus, with Magnify being the ultimate. On the skill side, we've got Orb of Protection, shoots out a light projectile that grants 15% Fortify for 12 seconds, heals an ally for 10% of the weapon damage, and deals 95% weapon damage when it hits an enemy. For the passives, we've got Protector's Blessing, Shared Protection, and Aegis.
Yeah, this is amazing, dude. They did some amazing changes to this weapon.
95% weapon damage when it hits an enemy.
They gave us finally a skill that doesn't make me scream at my enemy.
Passives, we've got Protector's Blessing.
So right here, or if Orb of Protection hits an ally, gain 10% in power for 20 seconds as well, and power increases damage, even though you don't really need damage as a healer. It's worthless. Shared Protection, if you're successfully hit an ally, you also gain Fortify. That's pretty good. Fortify is always great to have additional defense, but depends on how many skill points it costs. When this projectile hits, it affects all allies within 3 meters. Oh, so now you can actually aim for a heal. It can grant Fortify to teammates and does damage to everybody. So you're doing AoE attacks with this Orb of Protection.
Shared Protection, and Aegis. Second skill is Light's Embrace. Targeted heal for 75% of the weapon damage, plus 30% more for each buff on the target. First passive is Inspire.
What? Light's Embrace costs 15 mana for 4 freaking second cooldown? Is it the one that like connects to the person? Like does like green line on him? When you heal a target with Light's Embrace, the targets receive 25%.
Second passive is Connect.
Wow, that's really good. And when you heal a target with Light's Embrace, gain 1% of your max mana for each buff your target has.
And the third, of course, is Magnify. And lastly, we've got Beacon. Shoots out a light projectile that deals 95% weapon damage to enemies, attaches to a target, and heals all nearby allies for 20% weapon damage per second.
What? Shoots out a light projectile that deals 95% damage to weapons. Damage to enemies. Attaches to its target and heals all nearby allies for literally 200% of my weapon damage for 10 seconds. So it's an AoE heal. HOT, heal over time. Beacon's area of effect is now 50% larger. What's the range of this thing? I don't really know idea. Beacons last 5 seconds longer. That's huge. And then when the beacon heals a target, also applies 20% haste. That's amazing.
Second for 10 seconds.
I have a feeling I'm going to miss. I have a feeling you're going to miss this shot. 35-second cooldown. That was stupid.
First passive is Infuse Light. Second is Radiance Blessing. And third is Speed of Light. So with all these vast changes that we talked about before, Life Staff has become primarily a support weapon, but it's the only one of its kind at the moment that scales off focus. So it's a little rough trying to level the weapon up on its own.
Yeah, they don't have the AoE skill anymore. There was an AoE skill that the Life Staff had that allowed you to hit all the targets while you're mob training. They should allow the Life Staff users to gain XP for healing the target who's hitting the monster so you can get as much XP too. That is not fair that I have to physically left click on a monster just to get XP with my teammate. It is excruciating leveling up the Life Staff. It's boring, it's unsettling, and you want to be a healer, you should be a healer by healing your teammate and getting XP for it. But they're forcing you to hit the target. Yeah, it's going to be super nutty. I'm hoping that the damn Life Staff has the ability to level up easier. It was really annoying before. But they finally upgraded the Life Staff compared to what it was before. This is actually a good healer class now. Before it was complete dog shit. I'm pretty sure they changed it in the patch notes. You get XP for healing instead of having to hit mob. Artemis, I want to make out with you. I'm just kidding. But you get the idea. If they did that, I'm so excited. There's some good people on the New World team that actually know how to play MMOs. Ugh.
You'll absolutely need a party or a backup weapon. It is worth it for those of you interested in support, but I will cross my fingers for another focus weapon in the future. Basic and heavy attack.
I do have this patch note that just... Oh, no. Just ruined everything. I'm sorry, chat.
It would be the Fire Staff. And last but not least, I know we've been through a lot.
Oh, yeah. I want to see this one. Once we see this one, then I'll show you other stuff.
We've got ourselves the newly introduced Polar Ice Cap Generating, putting Sub-Zero to shame, but actually not quite yet. The freaking Ice Gauntlet. Scales primarily off of intelligence with 2 skill trees by the name of Ice Tempest and Builder. Passives on the left side start with Cold Reach, then Energize Critical, Heavy Freeze, Critical Rejuvenation, Gathering Storm, and Critical Frost.
Pause. Okay, Cold Reach. Increases damage of light and heavy attacks by 15% for targets farther than 15 meters? What? Okay, I need to see how the skill looks like. Energize Critical. Increases critical ice spells by 50% when at full stamina. Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to stay at full stamina that long. Heavy Freeze. Heavy attacks will freeze a target if it hits Ice Storm or Frostbite for 1 second. That'd be interesting to see how Heavy Freeze works. Ultimate Chill. Ice abilities chill targets, increase damage by 35% for 3 seconds. Oh. Ice abilities chill targets, increasing the ice damage. Okay. It's weird, man. All these informations are here. I just can't see it working in my brain. I would have to see the skills to see how this works for the passives. Recover 5 mana after triggering a critical hit on a target. Okay. I don't think that's great, but you have 100 mana, so that's 5% mana, I guess. Gathering Storm hits 3 consecutive light attacks to grant a player 15 mana. That's better. I guess it's like a bonus with a crit on top of those 3 light hits. You gain 15 mana with 5 mana right there. A critical frost. Increased critical chance if hitting an enemy in a frosted area with frostbite by 20%. Damn.
With ultimate chill being the ultimate. Skills are going to consist of wind chill, an attack that does a focus beam of freezing wind that'll push back any enemies in the area and causing damage. Wind chill will last for about 2 seconds, have a range of 5 meters, and can be directed by the facing of the player, and you are able to move while casting the spell. First passive is Enduring Chill, second passive is Shatter, and then for the second skill, we've got Ice Spikes. Creates a trail of spikes that starts from the player and goes out in a straight line for 8 meters. The path ends with a mighty spike that'll cause large damage and pushback. Pressing left mouse button before reaching the end will spawn the mighty spike early. First passive, Refreshing Spikes. Second passive, Empowered Strikes. Third is Deadly Path, and fourth, Spiky Reach. Then for the third skill, we got Ice Storm, one of my personal favorites so far. A ranged attack that damages and slows enemies within a 5 meter frosted area. 25% slow, 20 meter.
I gotta pause this one. This is one that's really good to combo with. Ice Storm will disappear when you switch your weapon. So putting down an Ice Storm and utilizing your ice attacks to switch back to your musket. Remember we saw that earlier? Now looking at it, ranged attack that deals slows and enemies a target. But it does no damage in the Ice Storm. Incoming damage. Increasing incoming damage by 10% for 3 seconds to enemies in the Steam Storm below 50% HP. Increases damage by 10% for each enemy in the Steam Storm. Oh. Ice Storm mana cost is reduced by 80% at full mana. If you're in a musket form, do you use mana? I can't tell. I think you use stamina. But whatever it is. Storm Summoner, 80% reduced stamina for using the friggin' Ice Storm as your first skill. Pretty damn sweet. But it's cost 25 mana. It'll be reduced by 80% on that. Let's just assume it's like 7 mana. Ice Spikes are easy. Warhammer counter. Well, that would be an easy... oh, that makes sense. Makes total sense. You can actually just time the left click and just... I just don't know if it stuns them or locks them down.
Range and 5-second duration. I feel like this side does sound good on paper, but the most useful skill that I've seen from the bunch is the Ice Storm. The spikes sound pretty cool and look nice, but the usefulness of them kind of pales in comparison to...
Oh, looks like we got the Great Chaos showing up just for the final Ice Mage. There was a Fire Mage and there's an Ice Mage. This is the Ice Mage class that has some pretty cool nifty abilities. I don't think this is a primary class. This is a secondary class that you can take advantage of with your primary. I think you're for sure going Mage, bro. Fire Staff all the way. I'll show you the Fire Staff after this, some PvP of that.
The Storm, and 2 of the other spells in the next tree.
They upgraded your Fire Mage. You can left click on the move now. So that means you can do heavy attacks and left click attacks on the move. You have the ability to do a fire flamethrower. It doesn't burn your HP. It burns your mana only. And you can just like obliterate your foes with that freaking flamethrower ability. So they've upped the mage class pretty hardcore. I don't know. I want to play Gunner. Yeah, you can play Gunner too. If you play Gunner, play the Ice Mage. This guy with it. This Ice Gauntlet Mage with it. I'll show you a combination that was very cool that he showed me.
For the builder, passives start off with Blocking Stamina, Frozen Touch, Defiant Freeze, Quick Frost, Empowered Frost, and Refreshing Frost.
Pause. So right here, the builder skill tree is on the right side. There's 2 different skill trees for the ice class. So blocking stamina. Blocking with the ice gauntlets will convert mana to the stamina on hit. Ooh, 3 mana for 15 stamina. I have no idea what that means, but I'm assuming it's pretty cool. You just will convert mana to stamina. Yeah. Frozen Touch slows the enemies by 25% for 2 seconds when they hit you with a melee attack while you have 100% health. Slow enemies by 25% for 2 seconds when they hit you. Oh, that's pretty sweet. So basically, you're Sub-Zero. That's pretty sweet. Defiant Freeze. Casting an ice ability creates an ice-hardened layer, granting 20% fortify for 2 seconds. If you're a long-range class, you have to hit this damn ice class. You know, let your melee users not deal with that 25% slow in the beginning to get clapped. So always try to take down everybody's HP very quickly as a musket user, archer, or mage long distance to get rid of this ice class user's debuff for 25% on our melee users. Ultimate Frost doubles Ice Pylon's health. Extends Ice Pylon's frost radius by 5 meters. Standing in this area doubles Quick Frost and Empowered Frost bonuses. What the hell? Quick Frost increases speed by 10% in frost areas. Regain 3 mana for each spell casted while in the frosted area. Reduced all active cooldowns for ice abilities by 20% when casting an ability in the frosted area. It just seems like you're just going to spam like crazy.
With Ultimate Frost being the ultimate. Skill-wise, we've got Ice Shower.
All right, let's see this right here. Oh, wait. My company calls our people going Fire and Ice Todoroki. Oh, that's so sick. From freaking Boku no Hero. If you don't watch anime, Todoroki is Ice and Fire. Oh, are you kidding me? I'm a huge freaking weeb. But yeah, Todoroki is freaking awesome. I love how he basically hesitated I should not give any spoilers. But yeah, you get the idea. That's freaking awesome. I can tell you all the face. I pretty much follow up on almost all the anime on Crunchyroll.
Summons a shower of ice that creates a frosted area approximately 1 meter by 5 meters.
So it's basically a firewall. They call it an ice wall. That's freaking weird. A firewall is way more scarier than an ice wall.
Powerful frostbite. This blocks sprinting and dodging, slows speed by 50%, and will remain on the target for 1 second after exiting Ice Shower. An Ice Shower has a lifetime of 4 seconds. First passive is Enduring Shower, second passive, Quick Shower, and third, Shower Slush.
Shower Slush. Okay. I do this. Increase the shower's duration with 6 seconds and out. Any ally, including itself, will get a 25% speed boost for 2 seconds when entering an ice shower. Yeah, think about it. If you and I enter it and there's ice down my back, I'm running faster for sure. Increases the duration of frostbite, exiting the ice from 1 to 3 seconds. Do you understand what that means? What Ice Shower can do? Every person who goes through the Ice Shower will turn around and make this face. And they'll be like, where do we go from here? They're frozen for 3 seconds. That's OP. It's like a musketeer's dream to have a freaking long distance freaking ice shower block when the person's trying to run away from it. You can lock them down for 3 seconds, finishing them off. This is the scariest class to basically PvP against. He can shut you down. Or she can, whatever. Holy crap.
Second spell is Ice Pylon, which I think will be a pretty popular choice for just about any build that has the gauntlet. This places a pylon that fires ice projectiles at enemies within a 20-meter radius for 15 seconds or until killed. Ice Pylon also creates a 1-meter radius frosted area that enables frost powers.
I'm pausing it right now. Okay, so Ice Pylon. A placed Ice Pylon fires ice projectiles at enemies within 20 meters for 15 seconds or until killed. Within 20-meter range. So you are forced to move away from me. And the cooldown's 10 seconds, so you can have this up forever indefinitely? What the f? You guys see this, right? It says 15 seconds. And it says cooldown 10 seconds. Yeah, this is crazy. Creates 1 ice pylon. Oh, I bet it's got HP on it. It's not permanent, is it? So somebody can just clap it. Okay, so you have to combo it with the ice storm. Stop! You're gonna make the pylon nerfed. Oh, guys, don't share this information with the New World developers. Shh. Okay, so ice pylon creates 1 meter. This is gonna be epic. Okay, I'm not gonna say anything anymore. Increases damage of ice pylon. Oh, that's so OP. Ice regenerates to full. Ice Pylon regenerates to full health 5 seconds after the last damage was taken.
Damn, it's got an incredible fast HP recovery. So when you put down that fire, the ice storm with the ice pylon in it randomly inside, you're taking some hits. Pylon dodge. Dodging with full stamina increases the ice pylon's rate of fire for 3. Oh, well, I'm excited. You can literally become a Protoss ice using ice instead of whatever weird power they use in StarCraft. If World of Warcraft's shamans totems are any indication, people aren't going to focus the pylon. You're 100% right. You just want to dodge, roll, get the hell out of the way. But the coolest part about it is combining those two ice abilities
to
together.
notate again that after you summon this, even if you switch weapons, the pylon will still stay active so you can continue your combos. First passive is Greater Pylon, then Pylon Regen, Pylon Dodge, Pylon Refresh, and of course...
What? A successful hit extends the pylon's life by 1 fucking second. I love this. What is it? Is it 1 shot per second? Because you can do a dodge at 100% HP and 100% stamina. You get your stamina back to full every 5 seconds. So you could do a dodge, and then after you do a dodge, at 5 seconds later... No, so sorry. After you do a dodge, you get full stamina in 3 seconds. So you can do a dodge every single time at full stamina to give your pylon the faster attack speed. So it can refresh itself every time it hits the target. Indefinite pylons during war. It's going to be so busted, dude. But I don't think pylons are going to be staying alive that long. They're going to get two-shotted. But this combo we saw earlier is what's really powerful.
The ultimate. And lastly, the last skill of the day, Entombed. Players can entomb themselves in ice to become invulnerable and greatly increase the mana regeneration. The ice tomb has a lifetime of 10 seconds and can be destroyed. But if you either exit by hitting right mouse button,
I need to figure out what this come with. Hold on.
Or left mouse button, you can choose between simply canceling it or breaking out and pushing all enemies away. Passives are Strengthen Tomb and Cleansing Tomb. So for the
No, don't just disappear. Hold on. I was waiting until you finished. Entombed. A player can entomb themselves in ice to become invulnerable and greatly increases mana regen. The ice tomb has a lifespan of 10 seconds and can be destroyed. Player has 2 options to cancel Entombed. They either press the right mouse button or break out of the ice tomb by pressing the left mouse button, causing a damaging knockback for 20 mana. So if you've got mana available, you can actually knock them back. But the whole purpose of the Entomb is to gain increased mana regen. It costs 0 stamina to use this 30-second cooldown. And Strengthening Entomb increases the defense by 25% for 3 seconds after breaking out of Entomb. Pretty damn sweet. Cleansing Tomb cleanses all debuffs when being entombed. Okay. I don't know if it's powerful or not yet, because we don't know how the skill tree looks like and how much you have to spend just to get these abilities. But one of the things that are very cool about it is if you can be healed while entombed. If you can be healed while entombed, it's easy for the healer to know that you're entombed, takes advantage of popping some AoE heals, DOT heals, HOT heals, and making you clearly, nice and fat, pushing yourself out with a left-click explosion of knockback or right-click to break it. You get 25% resistance and damage, drop that slow debuff, and then start clapping your target with full mana back again, which is pretty damn amazing. Literally made from Overwatch combined with this Ice Mage's Ice Block from WoW. But we don't know how much HP this thing is. You have to also understand what Entombed also does. It forces the target to use skills or spam its left click and overcommit next to you to force to break you out of Entombed, which means that all the skills that they make a mistake on using it on Entombed is now on cooldown. That's an additional shield feature for your character to take advantage of their enemy cooldowns and being right next to you. And then you drop a frost line to finish them off. GG. That'd be pretty sweet.
You can choose between simply canceling it or breaking out and pushing all enemies away. Passives are Strengthen Tomb and Cleansing Tomb. So for the Gauntlet, this is what the basic and heavy attack animations really look like. For weapon combinations, I would more than likely try to use a Fire Staff, or with the Sword and Shield do a Battle Mage build with intelligence stacking like we talked about with the Fire Staff. Or even that weird combo I told you about where you could use a musket and this one at the same time.
The musket and the ice gauntlet seems like a great combo.
For the weapon overall, I don't think it has enough power to be considered a true primary on its own like the fire staff, but some skills within it are pretty nice. I think it's just a case where some of these weapons need to get...
There it is. That's what I was trying to tell you earlier. The musket gives you that ability to basically close, long distance, basically poke, headshots, do incredible damage. And if they get close enough to you and becomes a problem, you can switch to your ice gauntlet. You put down that AoE, whatever that massive circled slow debuffing monstrosity is. Every single monster inside of there take extra damage. And then you put down your ice pillar, and then you can just basically enjoy beating the crap out of them while they're inside. The ice pillar is going to be sitting inside of that ice freezing torment, whatever. You can't physically see where the top pylon is, and you want to get out of there. And so as soon as you put the pylon down, dodge roll, because you have 100% stamina to increase attack speed, and you enjoy the rest.
To the state of the rapier, where almost every skill can be viable or useful in some way.
Right,
but that'll do it for the entirety of the 2021 Ultimate Weapons Guide. I really appreciate you clicking on this video. It took a lot of work to put out. Make sure to leave a like and a comment below about what weapon is your most anticipated to use, or which skills and passives you would take instead. Or
I'm going to tell him thank you later on. I'll type it later. But yeah.
Weapon combinations. Leave it all below. Have a wonderful night or day, folks, and farewell.
Legend. Legendary. Let's see if I can find that VOD that showed off some PvP of a mage. Maybe I can just Google it. Let me go switch real quick. I'll just Google a mage video. New World Mage PvP. There it is. This was 9 months ago. This is staff 3 months ago. Let's go and show you guys this VOD. Here we go.
I'm in the base. Chase this guy, chase these guys. Wait, I want to find a group and just fucking... Right here, right. Hey, Jake, come here. Oh my god. I'm on their backside. Let's go. Let's go.
Sword shield with a mage. He's just spamming. Okay, that's too damn strong. That's too damn strong. Oh. That's really strong. Did you see the knockback? And then he could just hold down that flamethrower. Oh my god. This is just farm 101. Oh man, that mage is too damn powerful. I'm just gonna basically mute that just in case if it's not. Jesus Christ. The damage from the mage is too damn strong. It's like TTK is extremely high. And having sword shield really makes everybody not want to get next to you because they think you're a tank, but then you can switch right over to the mage again once your mana's back up. Sword shield does not use as much mana as your mage does. Yeah, 100% Artemis. Wow. Oh, is he really? I didn't see the hatchet pop. Let me go back. I see it there, right there. That was dirty. I'm just checking out the Q, R, and F skill on the bottom left. And yeah, that Q ability just reuses way too fast. Oh, he just did his hatchet ability right now. And he's down. Yeah, you can't revive somebody with a freaking fire mage. She's just going to constantly throw down nukes on you. That's going to be painful. Dude, this mage is just super powerful. Or he's overgeared compared to the enemies? Like, is he higher level? Yeah, he's like 10 levels higher than everybody else.
He's way higher level than the enemies. They're level 26, 34. He's 46. He's just farming noobs. This isn't like high class PvP against them, but he is farming. He's just eating them alive. That guy so well, he bought his weapon pay to win. No, he didn't. There's no pay to win options in here at the moment. They paid for convenience. Looks like there's Britzo, level 56. He's taking out at least a high level person. That was the first high level person on that VOD. He's right in the center. No! That was dirty. He's gonna go after Tony. And he's gonna just shut down Tony right now with that little knockback right there. He's gonna finish him off. Oh, Tony just got shredded to death by that mage. Oh my god. You do so much damage! That's so dumb. Tony went full healer build. That heal was insane, 100%. Tony was healing so hard. When it was hacking the triple person, someone popped a hatchet and Berserk. Berserk gave you 10 seconds of vulnerability, high damage because a hatchet was being able to stun lock people back in the preview. Yeah. I don't know if that was in this VOD, but we saw Brady do some nasty damage on that one. Did we see that vid? That was 9 months ago. Let's just watch. I think we saw that video. This is the actual non-war PvP fights.
Jesus I don't Christ, think we can win this one, Sarky. Yo, Sarky, what do you mean, dude? Yo, Sarky, I don't think we can win this one. Dude, what is Sarky, holy shit, you know, PvP.
Did you see that entire guild just come in and just clap them? Look at this. Look how many people came. Look at all those red dots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It was like 20 people came and rushed them.
I think.
Bro, we go and hop in.
The dagger assassin class, I would say, is like kind of the rapier, but there's really no dagger class. It's the rapier is the closest you can think about it. It has a backstabbing ability. We run through the target, but it's not the way we waste skill. It does have a it's not the same. No, it doesn't have really a dagger class.
Jesus I don't think we can win this one, Sarky. Yo, Sarky.
Wow, did you see all those people use their skills right on top? Now he's GG'd. This is GG.
I haven't found it anywhere but there.
Sometimes I'm alright, sometimes I don't.
Let me just close that and just play the next song. One versus 5 right now. He's currently taking down 1, not 2, but 3. Unbelievable amount of firepower coming from this player. Invictus 5 just got destroyed. It looks like they're all 3 up on the 2nd floor right now. He's going to be rushing upstairs to finish them off. They don't see him coming in. And he's going to flamethrow them all down. Explosion! He's gonna throw down another group circle AoE attack right there, and he's gonna basically burn them again. Here comes that final burn. Burn, baby, burn. Let's go, Inferno. And then here comes his teammates just to finish him off. Oof. You got the perfect casting. I'm gonna be looking forward to basically casting all the enemies as soon as I possibly get a chance in the game, because proxy voice chat works. So I'll be like this. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like we have another PvP fight inside. I'm on the 1st floor coming upstairs. And here comes the first attack. I don't know how my enemies are going to handle it when I'm actually casting all my verbally saying what I'm going to do. All my enemies are going to hear me saying it before I actually do it. So I'm like telegraphing it like an anime. It's like, my hand is burning red. And it's I'm gonna be like, this guy's such a weeb. He's so good. Good stuff. Wow, nice dodge. 2 dodges back to back with my healers trying to just finish him off at 10%. What 5% HP? He's got to find a way with 0 stamina to not die. I cannot believe he didn't go down. He's still actually able to poke that much damage. How is he not being focused? Oh my god. This is so sad. This is a very sad day to watch this. They overcommitted on the wrong person. This mage has to be the one to die. It does so much damage. I know, what a legend. Like, I'm gonna make sure that my team knows priority targets. Do not leave them alone. There's no way a hatchet user can do as much damage that a freaking mage can do if they're left alone. But a mage user can get completely obliterated if focused properly. Not a hatchet user. As soon as he activates Berserk, it's like, ugh. Really? He just runs away. Good stuff. But yeah, overall, we had a chance to see. I spoke with Amazon about New Worlds Part 2. We had a chance to see the alpha breakdown notes for all weapons. I believe I looked at this, right? Control points. No, I didn't. Level changes. And to process. So I do have this next video. Final alpha patch notes breakdown. I just finished the weapon guide, so we know at least all the classes. We now know all this epic content's coming our way. I'm excited. The Great KO, are you thinking about playing this game? Rosell Gaming, it's good to see you. I'm not sure if I actually put your name, but I'm assuming that's the way I say it. The game is way fun. The crafting is the best. Lunch 00. I'm excited to see what this game's going to offer. I'm going to go pretty hardcore on it. Try to aim for worlds first. I know a lot of us have our own basically personal companies, but feel free to stop by. Feel free to PvP with, or if we're in the same faction, clap many people in sight. It's going to be fun. This is a game that I'm looking forward to no life in. Shazza Gaming, good to see you, girl. Long time no see, 100%. Cheers to you. Hope everything's going well. Oh, man. If we're on the same server, it'd be so much fun to go against you. If you're not Syndicate, we are Marauders. We will be going Marauder. Marauder is our faction. And we're going to be considered very similar to, like, the dark side. I'll be looking at people like,
join me, and together we'll take over New World. We'll let Twitch know, at Twitch Rivals, that we are #1. And if we're not #1, we will find you and hunt you.
I'm just kidding. Stuff like that. Oh, I posted the map of my company's ownership back in the preview. Oh, where? Let's check it out. Where'd it go? Jason is here. I'll buy it on Steam on the break. Give it a shot. Where did he post it? There it is. Artemis. I did not play on your server, sadly. The server we played on, what is it? Let me find out what the hell the name of that one is. The Covenant is the one that owned the entire map. And it looks like you guys are going to be playing the Syndicate. We are going to be playing Marauders, so we will be against each other. And it'll be legendary to fight it out. There'll be a consistent deathmatch every single hour. Let me go ahead and show you guys this preview. Right here, Artemis and his entire company. You can see all 5 bases owned by Artemis. Well done, buddy. Brush your shoulders off whenever you get a chance. Except when the third faction is against both of us. Oh man, that third faction is gonna show up. Both of us will be like, ceasefire, half a second, turn around. I'm like, okay. And they're like, what? What? Ah! It's gonna be too funny. Oh man. I'm getting a PC soon. Shazak, dude, I'm proud of you, dude. That's awesome. I look forward to seeing you on the PC, and maybe you can basically hop into new systems, new streaming setups. Critical was so feared on my server. We just kind of laughed our way to victory.
I found that choice of faction is too early in game. If you don't find the faction on forum discussions before you play it, it will be hard to choose. If you find that choice of a faction is too early in game. Oh, so Rosell Gaming, I'm actually running my own personal community, my own company. It's going to be called The Order. And we are going to aim for tryhards. We're going to be looking for world's first. We're going to be aiming for going to TwitchCon, going to E3, all these different events you'll see here. Back in the day, when I did TwitchCon, had Fortnite there, and you can go on the stage and you can have a good time. You can have a good time basically checking out.
You're like right next to you.
Yeah, so this was E3 when I basically went to it, and so you'll see how cool it was when you actually go to these events at TwitchCon. You can actually physically play 5v5s on the stage and stuff like that, 10v10, 50 versus 50. And so I'm looking to bring my team here and taking over the world one step at a time, one game at a time. It's gonna be legendary. Yeah. So, the Syndicate. I'm just saying Marauder. But I don't know if Marauder is 1000% going to be our choice. It is between, I believe the Syndicate is the stealthy one. Syndicate. Syndicate. New World. And that is the stealth one, right? That's not the one I'll never choose. It's a secretive organization. Yeah, we're not secretive. We're freaking loud. We're like, we're here. I'm seriously staring at you like, ladies and gentlemen, you are now fighting the Order. I order you to come out at once. We're going to be coming in 3, 2. so we're going to be pretty weird when we play. Yeah, with a plague mask. That's awesome. The plague mask is sick. Marauders are all about money. Syndicate's about power. Yeah, man. We need... Is it really money? Hold on. Marauders. The fandom. Marauders fandom says, they are a ruthless military force bent on establishing a free nation where anybody with strength to do so can prosper and profit. I guess the profit part is the part with money. I'm talking about the strength. So it's like, we're ruthless. I'm not really a dick, but I want to be a dick in a video game if I can be. I want to basically make it to where if you're not in my company and you can't manage the rules of our company, this is the company rules that I have in place. Let me show you. And so in this channel, right here, I can do this right. There you go, right here. You'll see you must have PvP on at all times when tagged the Order, and you must be also PvP ready at all times when we do an all call for if somebody's ganking us. So when we're doing our mob train parties, when we're actually making everything. Oh God, Snow Crabby, you son of a no. Anyways, you get the idea. Basically, it's more of a meritocracy. You know, put in the time, you'll get rewarded. But overall, it's going to be mainly PvP and aiming for people that want to basically focus as fast as we can to get to the top. Snow Crabby actually played. It's a trap. It's not a trap, I swear. If you want to join, I plan to be that man to be the world's first player who finds all the story notes. I'm looking forward to hearing that from you, Rosell. Let me know all about it. But overall, I had a good time here, guys, tonight. It's right now midnight, and I think I have filled my brain up of all New World content. Now, if anybody asks me any questions, I'm ready to answer them. It's been for like almost a year since I played. If you guys want to see a sample of me playing New World, I believe I have it in my ArsheeTV Vods channel. Give me a second as
My Vods channel is just me playing a bunch of... Every single stream has been uploaded here. Here we go. Let's show you my screen. So, is there a new world? New? New world? Anywhere in here? This is like disintegration. It's like every single VOD's been uploaded here. Thanks to Ewug. I don't know if we posted New World in here. Oh, there it is. New World. Officially Castle Siege. Answering queues. Mob training, here I come. Yes! It's like we're playing New World, everybody! Hey! Nobody knows, okay? Nobody knows. Let's see if fully reduce this audio. Oh, look at that. That's a different freaking player. Suit and tie. You can mute me, guys.
That's too much work, though.
You can... Oh, you're pretty far. Sounds good. We will see each other. Let's go to mob training. Let's go to mob training.
Oh yeah, we can just on the thing.
Welcome, Caster. Ewug X is here. The Great KO! Here comes the boss. A landmark.
Oh, let me get your attention.
So in this one, we just you can DM me. And by the way, Artemis, you can DM me anytime you want. Feel free, man. I'd love to basically hear from more from you. And thanks for being a part of this community. And also Twitch Prime. You're awesome, man. Appreciate that. I have been playing on 2 servers. Syndicate owned one and the Covenant owned the other. I haven't seen a Marauder control any of it. Thank you so much, Lunch 00, for giving me a reason to give the Marauders a W live on stream. It's going to be sweet. Oh, wait, it's over here. Sorry, I looked at the wrong person. That's where you are. There's too many cameras. As you can see, like, there's a camera up here, too, as well. It's like, hi. Okay. Back everything that moves every
Except for your friends.
Red Knight. Love that guy. Stand next to you walking oh, man. She broke her hip once, and we can't afford surgery to fix the metal. To each other What is happening? We're
talking about an animal.
Oh, we're physically dying over here. I'm like, we need, like, you know, more. I'm just kidding now. I'm just kidding. What's going on with the animal?
Confirming that Arshee thinks that our NPCs and virtual characters are more important than animals.
I didn't say that! I'm just dealing with some pain internally over here. I'm just saying Critical's willing to evenly split a server. That'd be awesome. We'll see how basically it works. Because remember, I'm going to go for the server that the top streamers are going on, so we can basically clap them live on stream. If I find out Asmund Gold picked the server, if I find out Jake and Bank or any of these bigger name streamers that are there, they're going to die. I'm going to aim for that. And it's going to be a great feeling of either getting killed by them or competing against them. I'd love to have you come join us, though. I'll go to the server with less French spoken. I'm French spoken, but the community is so toxic. Ooh. Maybe because I eat too much baguettes, you know. I would willingly go clap Asmund's cheeks all day. Hey, then we can. I don't know why I did that action. Whatever that was, ignore. Weird. Where is having a problem with? Okay, this has been a while since I've actually played this. Right next to me, 3. Dude, I am so much skinnier in this video. I did P90X, and you can see me holding my hip. I got a lot more strength now. That's so crazy. This is the transformation of myself. I did my full defense mode. Here we go. Come on. Wow. Give me the... And, where is it? Interesting. Not a big... No, this is not mob training at all.
Oh, I'm out of ammunition as well.
That's a great time to stop. Whoa! Okay, hold on. I love that sound effect. Whoa! Okay, so where's new? New world. Okay. Answering questions. Here it comes. Mob training. First, answering question about new world and grinding corruption. Let's go. Castle siege. First new world experience. I know for a fact.
For the workout stream, we'll toss an extra point on there.
God. Example, how I Oh, here it is. This is what I was talking about. This is the guild that owned all those castles right here. It was like all whatever you want to call this. What was the name of this? You got... Can I speak English? It's the Covenant that own majority of this map when I played on the server. The advantage of MMOs as well. I just don't know what... And then we might find... Right? That was my fault. Please. Can you join us? God. Give me... God. The AoE spot.
6.
Doesn't... I can't see it.
More than I like
Shh,
you.
don't worry. We're good. Everything's fine. Take a deep breath.
Okay, we're gonna get you up.
We're gonna try to. I'm gonna get her up right now. I'm gonna get her up. No, maybe not. I'm not gonna. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Is this alpha or when the beta came out? You can pick your region. I know. All this stuff is basically closed beta. No, this is not closed beta. This is basically back in the preview when we played. You can see everything's fine. Oh, the date is on the top. It literally says the preview above us. I'm gonna get her up in a second. Let me just kill these damn cultists that are touching me. You run away from me. Go on the opposite side. Giovanna Jane is down. Go to the other side. Go handle the other team over there. Is it just me, Giovanna Jane? And up right here. Oh, it looks like Perpender actually played. Did Perpender actually play? As long as Red Knight's not next to me. And he's right next to me.
Get out of the way, Red Knight.
Get away from me! Let me revive her. I'm healing you, Ivana. Wait. That's good stuff. Ivana's my mod. Red Knight is my mod as well in this video. This is too much fun. That was back in the... Fat Buddhism, it's good to see you, my dude. I got a chance to see you actually at the pinnacle points of the server Smash. That was sick. Well, I think we basically went over New World a lot. This was when I played casually in New World to see if this is a game I want to go full time into, and now I'm looking to try hard in this game. So when you played Artemis, I think you played pretty hardcore when you first started it. I didn't know if this was going to be a game for me, so I decided to ask all my moderators and my community just to hang out and have fun. Oh my god, you did? Dude, Cedric got clapped so hard. Shh. Don't tell him I said that. Don't tell him I said that. We won a huge war against the super toxic streamer. It was fantastic. Dude, the Artemis. I can't wait to see that VOD, if you want to send it to me. I haven't found a server change button yet. The Lunch 00. You can pick your region as I know. Are you currently playing Lunch 00 New World right now? Actually, I'm curious to see. Do I have access to this game? I didn't even know that this whole time. I'd be very curious. New World. No. New? No, I don't have it. Was New World on Steam, or is New World on some other engine? Because I don't see it. Yeah. July 20th. I was gonna say I don't have access to it. I was like, all of a sudden it would be hilarious if it's on my Steam account. I'm like, oh, looks like I have it. But I did play in the preview. I guess it doesn't show up anymore. They got rid of it as a download feature. Very cool. How many of you guys are actually playing New World right now? And of course, you're signing NDA. All I can ask you is, are you having fun? That's where you'd get the alpha download. I see. That is awesome. Well, I just have to say, I met some cool people on stream today. I just want to say, I look forward to seeing you guys again. We're going to have a good time in New World together, either against or with. Or maybe there might be a chance to combine arms and take over the server together. End the world. I don't know, but stay tuned. I was going to say Artemis GG. Good to see you, Bye Daddy. Oh My Wings is in the house. Lunch 00. Rosell Gaming. Fat Buddhism. You sexy I didn't say anything. And you're looking at right there, Fat Buddhism is actually calling out right now that we're going to be the most try-hearted players in this game, in New World. It's going to be legendary. GG. I'm going to go see right now who's right now live to give that love over to them.
Let's see. Who can I give that love to? Looks like we got Bit Looney. Oh my god, no. Oh My Wings is online. What? And he's in this chat. Star Wars Battlefront 24. Heart balloon goes out to you too, buddy. Cheers. We're gonna have to basically throw this over to Oh My Wings. Oh My Wings is a legend. Tons of energy. He's gonna do a dance the moment we send him a raid. He's gonna be super hyped. Let's go give it to our Oh My Wings. The music's lit. I need it in my life, dude. Where do we go from here, Star Wars Battlefront? 24. Not sure where the 23 and 22 are, but you are here right now. From here, I'll see you guys tomorrow, live on stream. We'll play some prop hunt. We'll bring some hype. Talk to random strangers, make them laugh their asses off, or get really pissed off and salty and toxic, and say that word towards me many times. They'll be like, and I'm like, okay, I get it. That's not cool. So it'll be a lot of fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's go give some love over to Oh My Wings from the AAA family. I know him personally. We did P90X together. Again, have a great night, everybody. Or give some huge love and shouts out. Fat Buddhism! Are you serious? The car goes out to you,
Fat Buddhism just gifted 5 subs to the family.
Fat Buddhism is going to be freaking epic to basically stream side by side with you when we get a chance to do New World. I'm going to be creating this stream team, and I'm going to put everybody who's in the guild together to make sure we got auto hosting on that entire accord and make sure everybody's recognized. We'll have the tiling, everything's set, advertisement. That'll be really, really cool. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. It's like a brand new chapter. I feel like a kid all over again playing New World. Just waking up at like 2 o'clock in the morning, like, who do we gotta kill? You're like, oh my god, Artemis GT and his 20 friends are here. I'm like, okay, ready, let's do it. Artemis, you're gonna scare the shit out of me. Pile.
Nightmare's over.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. Look at him go.
Oh my god. Arshee, you son of a... I didn't say anything. Arshee, what the heck? Dude, thanks for the...